Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021, and this is school board briefing. Our first item on today's agenda is a presentation about our booster clubs, and we have a couple gentlemen to present. Mr. Clayton Simmons, Executive Director of School Development, Mr. Dave LaRosa, Director of Athletics and Activities. I see a couple more people that might be contributing to this also. So, gentlemen, it's all yours.
Good afternoon, board members. We're excited here today to present the update for the Booster Club manual and also show you what the training is going to look like. We've spent the last 6 to 8 months reviewing these materials, and we had to take a very critical look at our past flaws as well as best practices. And it is truly the goal for us to help booster clubs be successful by putting a structure in place that educates and provides guidance for all involved. I'll first turn it over to Ms. Dupuy Bruno, who's going to talk about the legal obligations of the booster clubs and their relationships with our schools and the district.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We can go to the next slide with regards to what is a booster club. And I think it's really important for everyone to understand exactly what a booster club is, its function and its purpose. And it's just a group of volunteers that create an entity to be able to provide and support a school with fundraising activities. Very, very simple. That's what the booster club is, with parent involvement, with other community involvement to support a school with regards to fundraising activities. Now, there are some legalities that I think it's important for everyone to understand, both the board as well as parents as well as staff. Booster clubs are a separate and distinct legal entity. They are a nonprofit corporation. They have their own responsibilities in terms of legalities, filings, in terms of fiduciary responsibilities. They have their own bylaws, their own incorporating documents, their own legal obligations in terms of maintaining their status, 501c3 status, corporate status, etc. As their separate legal entity, how does this impact the board? What is that legal relationship that the board has and that the district has with booster clubs? The statute is what creates that relationship and also allows the board, through its policies, to impact booster clubs in terms of their fundraising as well as their dissolution if necessary. Florida Statute 1001.43, subsection 2B, is the statute that requires school boards to have fiscal management. In that, it directs the school boards to actually create policies to regulate fiscal management with respect to certain things, to include fundraising. Subsection 2B of that statute specifically talks about booster clubs, the fundraising management of booster clubs, which we know are a separate legal entity, but because of the statutory relationship, the board is responsible. So the board then takes that responsibility from the statute and creates policies for the guidance on how we're going to manage the fundraising activities and be fiscally responsible for the district. So board policy 4.324A is the policy that specifically talks about the booster clubs and parent organizations. And it specifically says that all organizations of the school and operating in the name of the school which obtain money from the public shall be accountable to the board for the receipts and the expenditure of those funds in a manner prescribed by the board. The manner prescribed by the board is the booster club guidelines, where everyone is expected to follow. The other thing that's really important is that there's another section in the board policies that talks about the ability of the principal and the role that the principal plays with regards to these fundraising activities, and that's in board policy 2.10 subsection 8, which specifically says that fundraising activities shall be conducted in accordance with the policy and the approval of the school principal. So that's what creates that obligation. In addition, it's really important, I think this is where when staff was reviewing to see what has happened in the past, where there was a lot of issues in terms of what is the role of the governance board, the club officers, what is the role of the district with regards to the Booster Club, who's doing what. As a separate legal entity, the governing officers of the Booster Club is responsible for the organization. They are responsible to make sure that they are in compliance with whatever statutory law is out there. For example, there is an annual corporate filing that must be done through Sunbiz. It's their responsibility to make sure they do that. It's their responsibility to ensure that they maintain their federal tax exemption status. It's their responsibility to maintain their corporate books. It's their responsibility to maintain their bank accounts, to do the bookkeeping, to make sure that the funds are available and that they're doing their reconciliations. So they have a lot of responsibilities. The school administration, based on what we saw the statute requires, which the board then created into a policy, is responsible for approving the fundraisers and their activities through the principal, as well as monitoring fiscal responsibility. If it comes to the point where the principal does not feel that the Booster Club, which is acting in the name of the school, is being fiscally responsible, then they have the right to revoke that ability to fundraise in the name of the school. And that's all within the Booster Club guidelines. By agreeing to be a Booster Club for one of the schools in the district, the Booster Club is agreeing to abide by the guidelines, and this is one of the reasons that we're going to have the training. And there's also a receipt and acknowledgement form in the guidelines now that basically says, I understand what my responsibilities are to the district as well as to the corporate entity. And I'm now going to pass it back to Mr. Simmons.
All right, thank you. So on your screen, you'll see the group that was tasked with, updating the Booster Club manual as well as creating the training that we're going to be rolling out. I also want to add that all of the high school principals had input on this as well, and also it was vetted through the Finance Advisory Committee, who has members of Booster Clubs on that committee as well, and they did provide feedback to us, which we incorporated into the document. We also looked at, well, we felt we needed to look at some of the other counties that were doing a good job with Booster Clubs. And so Mr. LaRosa really looked into Bay County, Broward County, Collier County, Miami-Dade, and Pinellas, and gathered some information, and we gathered all of their Booster Club manuals and went through everything and looked and found best practices. And that way we could incorporate what we thought as a group was really important and good information to put and incorporate into our manual. So the Booster Club manual, the purpose of the manual is to provide guidance to the Booster Clubs and district staff about the roles and responsibilities of each of these people within the organization. This guide is very comprehensive, and it should serve as a reference and a resource for the successful operation and the relationship component of a Booster Club. It's a very thorough and detailed document. The topics that we cover are up there on your screen. We have also included, the important part is examples of materials like example bylaws, example budgets. We've included all of the forms necessary and provided links for fundraising, volunteers, how to apply for an EIN number, and how to maintain your tax-exempt status. And we understand while this guide was compiled based on best practices and missteps from the past, we don't feel that it's good enough to just pass it out and say, here you go, see you later. We realized that, the next step that we needed to do was provide a training. So we're taking that next step and setting up Booster Club, to set them up for success. We're going to do an in-person training. I will tell you that Lee County will be one of the first, if not the first, district in the state to require an in-person training for all of the people involved in this process. So we're very excited about that. And Mr. LaRosa told me today that a lot of the other districts are waiting until we complete the training and the document, and they're saying, hey, can you send it to us? Because we don't have anything like that. So we're excited about the training. I feel like, some of the missteps that were done in the past in more than one school, we don't want to blame anybody. It's hard to hold people accountable when they haven't been trained properly. So we want to make sure that we give everybody involved in the organization, whether it's a school member or a parent or a volunteer, that they have the materials necessary and the training necessary to be able to do an effective job in the Booster Club. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. LaRosa, and he's going to take you through what the training is going to look like and that process so that you all know what's going to be expected of the training.
Good afternoon, Board. As Mr. Simmons expressed, we didn't feel that it was going to complete the process if we just handed everybody a manual. We decided that we would put together a training to go along with the manual. The way that the training's going to work is it's going to involve myself, and what my role in the training will be from an operational standpoint. In other words, how do you run the organization from a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month basis inside of that school. We're going to have people involved from the finance department to make sure that everybody's squared away in regards to the fiscal responsibilities inside of the organization. And then we're also going to bring somebody in from procurement and the legal department to cover the legal aspects that Attorney Bruno stated in the beginning of the presentation. So with that, I want to go through the actual, this is the outcome of the training. And these are the particular items that I'm going to cover in the training that we will do. And so with that training, the first thing we need the parents and the organization to understand, as well as the principals and the athletic directors, is exactly what the purpose of the organization is. And as Attorney Bruno said in the beginning, their main role is to raise funds to subsidize an organization or a department in the school, whether that's athletics, whether it's music boosters, whether it's academic, or an academic department. Their role is to really help provide some type of financial support. After that, we really want to get them to understand, and just to stop there a minute, the training is it's really going to be hands-on, because it will be in small groups, but it's going to be hands-on. But as we get them to understand where the organization falls in the realm of everything, where the school sits and where the district office sits, everybody has a responsibility inside of that organization. And basically the parent's job or the community member's job is to run the organization. It's their job to run it. The school's involvement is the school, the principal, gives them permission to have this organization connected to their school. And then the district office's responsibility is a lot of the documents and paperwork that they're required to fill out each year for their organization. These forms are funneled to the school's bookkeeper, who then turns them in with her end of the year materials for audit. So the school does have to collect some of the forms that these organizations have to fill out. The organizations, they have to decide if they're going to be an internal or an external organization. I have been associated with booster clubs that were internal, and I've been associated with ones that are external. If they are going to be an internal booster club, this basically would be a group of parents working for a cause inside of the school, whether it's athletics, music, whatever. All the money they raise will be deposited in an internal account inside of the school, and the checks that go out will be written by the school. If they decide that they're going to be an external organization, then we are going to require them to be a 501c3 with an EIN number for tax exemption. They just have to decide whether however it is they want to structure this organization. So the Booster Club in particular, the basic structure around the operation and what needs to be in place. First of all, I'm going to pass them out a copy of bylaws because they are going to be required to have bylaws as part of their organization. So they're going to receive a copy of bylaws that is a sample that they can use in order to construct the bylaws for their particular organization. And I will give them a suggestion on a couple bylaws that I think that they need to have part of their bylaws. One being, I feel that the general meetings need to last no longer than 1 hour because sometimes people will come and talk and talk and talk, and it eats up the time of the business portion of the meeting. The other one that I will encourage them to put in is if the organization has to be dissolved by the principal, the remaining funds in their account will be designated to move inside of the school into an internal account. So, but we'll guide them through the bylaw process. After that, we'll talk to them about basically the officer structure. It's a simple structure. You have a president, vice president, secretary, treasurer. Talk about those roles of each of those positions with them. The two most important positions of that group of 4 is the president and the treasurer. So we will discuss and talk about that and explain what the role of each of those officers are inside of the organization. We'll talk to them about the type of meetings they need to have. And what I mean by that is they'll have general membership meetings, and the guideline that they will be given for this is that they occur once a month, same day, same week, during the school year. They are to have officer meetings, which are just the officers, and I encourage them to have these 1 hour before the general membership meeting, because we have to realize that you're calling parents in the evening time to come and do this stuff. So instead of calling them out on multiple nights, the officers would come out and knock out 2 meetings in the same evening. If they decide that they want to have a board, because the 501c3 does suggest that you have a board of at least 3 members. If they decide to have a board, then they need to have these board meetings quarterly throughout the year. The role of the board would be to bounce things off of, to get some other perspective on, and to also to help promote and market and advertise the organization throughout the community. And then committee meetings. What committee meetings are is whenever they decide to have an activity, whether they're having a golf tournament, they're working the concession stands at the Twin Stadium, or whatever it is, anytime they have an activity, then they want to form a committee around to support that particular activity that the club is going to partake in. And then I talk again about committees and how they want to have one of these for each activity that they're going to have in place. And really what this does is this tells which people in the organization are doing what work inside of the organization. There's no guessing, well, I thought you were doing this or somebody else was. So it cuts down on that and brings more organization when they put on an event or an activity. So we're going to pass out an example of a budget to them. They will also get an electronic template of this budget for them to use. We will discuss how the budget will be created for the organization. And first and foremost, the budget really needs to come from somebody in the school. And what I mean by that is the school knows where they need money, all right? They know inside of their school where they need money. And so to kind of give you an example, so every year in the springtime, an athletic director sends out to all the coaches in the school a wants and needs list. I need these items. This is where they can be purchased. This is how much they will cost. So then the athletic director collects all this information. The athletic director then sits with the principal and they decide what the school's going to pay towards those items, what the team has to fundraise for, and okay, this is what we're going to take and ask the Booster Club for, their portion. So this way, everybody gets a cut of the pie, and everybody under that particular department, or however you want to say it in the school, gets something from the organization. And so after that is established, what it is you're going to need inside of the school, you then meet with the president and the treasurer. You go over the items, and let's say that the amount of money comes up to $25,000. The question to them is, can you raise $25,000? So they take the budget, they go back to the remaining officers, they discuss things with them. If they decide that they can raise that kind of money, they now come back and meet with the athletic director and show him and or the principal and say, okay, we can raise $25,000 and this is how we're going to do it. You can't go into a school year and say, well, we're going to come up with this amount of money, but you don't have a plan in place of how you're going to do it. So you establish how you're going to raise that money. And then after that, and the budget has been decided on, then it goes forward for approval from the Booster Club to vote the budget into place for the upcoming school year. And so this is the process that we're going to walk them through in regards to the budget. Fundraising, as Attorney Bruno said, all fundraising activities have to be approved by the principal, and there's a form. There's a form in the manual, and there's a form that they'll receive electronically where we're going to have a golf tournament, we're going to have it at Coral Oaks Country Club, this is the date, blah, blah, blah. Part of this is, part of the reason for the principal signing off on this is because his or their school is going to be out there. Number two, the principal of the school knows what vendors we possibly don't do business with. So this is to assure that we're doing business with the people that we're approved to do business with. And then we go from there with the particular fundraising. So the spending of the money that is raised in the organization. This is, in my opinion, this is probably one of the most important items. We're going to encourage the booster clubs to write as many checks to the school as possible. So what do I mean by that? Let's say in the fall, football asks for this, cross country asks for this, bowling asks for this, golf asks for this, volleyball asks for this, cheerleading asks for this, okay? The school purchases all that stuff, even the stuff that was budgeted for the booster club. At the end of the fall season, the school then invoices the booster club for, I don't know, $8,000. So then the booster club writes the check to the school to cover what they said they were going to support through their organization. A music department could do the same thing based on the school purchasing an instrument or some music or something like that, and then the booster club writing a check to the school. And by doing it this way, you cut down on the number of checks that are coming out of that organization to all these different places around town. So that's how we're going to coach them in regards to the spending portion. The social media piece, a lot of them have a Facebook page, a lot of them have an Instagram page, a lot of them are on Twitter. The principal /AD /music director, if it's an academic booster club, it may be an assistant principal for curriculum of some sort. These individuals have to know ahead of time what's going on these social media sites. And there was a few situations that over the past years where I've had to deal with things that were put out there and the school didn't know it was put out by their booster club. And so I just feel that's real important that they have an understanding of that. I'm all about the social media piece because I think it's important to build interest up for their organization, but it does have to be done the right way. So this is what the transparency portion of this is really what's been questioned a great deal about over the last 3 years with the organizations. So we're going to try to coach them on how to be as transparent as you possibly can with everything inside of the organization. Number one, every time you have a general meeting, the budget is passed out so that you can see how much was budgeted for each budget line, how much was spent this month, the next month, so everybody in the membership sees where the money's being spent. So it has to be passed out at every general meeting so everyone sees. Number two, the principal should receive this same budget one day before the meeting when it is passed out. The other thing that needs to occur is the principal needs to get a copy of the bank reconciliation statement that the club receives every month, so the principal can go through, look to see where they wrote checks, and to see where the funds are in that. It's just an oversight item in regards to that. And then all spending is requested by an athletic director, by a music director, by an APC if it's an academic booster club. Because if you take like athletics, for example, you have 45, 50 coaches in a building. If you give every one of them the right to just go to a booster club and ask for what they want, some of them will try to bleed the organization dry. So it is up to them if it's something outside of the original budget that was voted on. It is up to them to go to the athletic director, whoever it is in the school, depending on the organization, and say, look, I need $500 because I want to purchase this for my group or whatever. It's up to that individual in the school to say, nope, we don't need to do that. If you want that, you need to fundraise for that. And so what happens is when you get parents in these organizations and they have a child in a particular sport or something, and a coach or somebody comes forward and asks for an item, sometimes they feel obligated because their child is in that program that they have to always say yes because they don't want to upset the person. So this takes all that away from putting any amount of pressure on parents to react based on some individual. The athletic director, or as I said, the music instructor, or the APC with academic boosters would filter all of this type of stuff out. And then the last thing that, and Attorney Bruno already brought this up, the biggest thing they have to have an understanding of is if things are not going right, the principal does have the right to dissolve the organization and or stop their fundraising abilities and in the school's name. So we'll have to talk all around that with them. So that's kind of the abbreviated version of what the training's going to look like. And the way we're going to roll this out is we're going to roll this out the 1st of August. Right now, from what I've received from the schools, we have around 6 or 7 schools that have active booster clubs. So we'll start with those 6 or 7 booster clubs. We're going to take the training to the schools in the evening time for the officers, for the principal, and for the athletic director, for the music instructor, or whoever is connected to one of these organizations in their school. If you're a school that doesn't have one of these organizations, the principal, the athletic director, the music instructor have to go to one of those other locations so that they have this training also. But we'll start with those 6 sites in August. And as I said, we're taking it to the school because we want to take it inside of the community so they have less travel to possibly come down here. We're doing it in the evening time because we understand they all have jobs more than likely. And so we're just doing everything we can to make it convenient for them. Some of the people in the school have asked every time there's a change in officers that this training be redone. And so the other thing with the training that we want everybody to understand, the training is actually a working document. And what I mean by that is we're going to give it the first time and we may tweak it for the next time. And just depending on around the conversations that we have with parents. And because you have to understand, we know and understand that there's a lot of different moving parts in all the different schools, and we're going to get presented probably with multiple scenarios that we're going to have to address. So that's the training. As Mr. Simmons said, in myself talking to other people in my position around the state, nobody's doing anything of this sort. Duval County does call at the beginning of a school every year. The district athletic administrator has a meeting with the president of each organization collectively as a group. But as far as what we're planning on doing, nobody has went to this extent. So we're excited about it, and look, we're excited to share it with other people as we roll this forward. So with that, we're open to any questions that anybody may have.
Okay, and thank you for that. Before we have the questions, I was a bit remiss in introducing Dr. Amy Desamores. She is sitting in for Superintendent Savage. Dr. Savage is currently at Three Oaks Middle School this afternoon, and Governor DeSantis is giving a press conference there, and so he's tied up right now at that press conference. So thank you, Dr. Desamores, for being here and sitting in for Dr. Savage. Thank you. All right, so board members, questions? Mrs. Gittens.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for the thorough job that you did on this. I see you're around the plastic, right? The question I had, you may have answered a couple of things. Will the training be mandatory?
Yes.
So then this coming school year, all booster clubs will have to participate.
Yes, ma'am.
And do we have booster clubs at all schools?
No, ma'am, we don't. This is why we've narrowed down the 6 or 7 sites, because in talking to the schools, that's the feedback that I've received. If that changes between now and August, then we'll increase the number of sites because we'll take it to that exact school.
So we only have 6 or 7 right now, is what you're saying?
That's the information I've received from the schools, yes.
Okay. So since it's the first one, will you roll it out as like a large training session for all of them at one point?
So what we're going to do is let's say that South Fort Myers High School has they have an athletic booster club, they have a band boosters. So we'll take the training to South High for the officers of those 2 organizations, for the principal of South High, for the athletic director of South High, for the music instructor. And then if there's any other schools in the South Zone that maybe don't have a booster club, the principal, the AD, the music director, they all have to come to that site so that they get the training in case this happens for them in the future down the road.
Okay, good. That's what I was wondering. And on the internal and external funding issue, then if they are, who during the training you will say, let's say for a new club, that they have that option of becoming a 501c3 or doing it through the school.
Correct.
But in the end, if it's dissolved, either way that it is, the funding is going to go through and to the school, and the administration will be able to decide where it goes.
Correct. That is why I think they have to have a bylaw in their bylaws that specifically states that the money will come into the school into an internal fund. And I can give you an example of something that happened 3 years ago. There was an organization at a particular school that was being dissolved by the principal, and the officers in the organization tried to take the money and donate it to a nonprofit in the community. Okay? So this is why the bylaws have to be specific as to where the money's going to go.
So will we offer, if they decide for whatever reason to become a 501c3, will there be any help or assistance in helping them to do that? Or is that something that the Booster Clubs International, whatever they're called, their parent organization would help them do?
Yes, if an organization wants to become a 501c3, they have to do all the work around that, informing that organization.
So I guess the only kind of fuzzy part is who actually decides. It's that group of parents that
Yeah.
decide to form it, whether they're going to be one or the other.
Yes.
Are there any pluses or deltas for either one, or is it just if they want to control the money or they don't want to control it? Is that basically, I see Clayton shaking his head, so.
Yeah, my experience, when I dealt with an internal booster club, I had an academic booster club that was an internal internal in the school. And the reason why it became an internal club was because I wouldn't let them use the EIN number of another booster club we had, and they didn't want to do all the paperwork to form a 501c3.
Well, too bad.
So they saw, okay, it'll be easier if we just do the internal thing.
Devil's advocate, and this is my last thing.
Okay.
The issue that I could see coming forward is in the dissolution of a club and and the administration deciding where that money is going to go. I see that as you're going to get some pushback because, people are going to say, well, we raised it for this, for football, and you're giving it to basketball and soccer. But clearly stated up front that if it is dissolved, that the administration and the AD would get together and decide where it's most needed.
So, so let me use an athletic booster club, for example.
Okay.
Okay, because one of the things that we've dealt with has been commingling funds. Okay, and what I mean by commingling funds is the football team goes out and has a fundraiser, the kids sell a discount card, okay, and the football team makes $10,000 off the fundraiser. The football team puts the money into the booster club, okay? We're not allowing that to happen anymore. That's not going to happen. You're going to put your money, if you have kids raise money, that money's going to go in an internal account inside the school for that specific team organization to use.
Right.
They're not going to commingle their funds. So when you bring up the fact that, so if it's an athletic booster club, they raised money for all sports. They raised money for all of them across the board. So that would come into the school, that would go into a general athletic fund, which the high schools have. It would go into a general athletics form. Now, what I would say that the principal and the athletic director need to do is okay, where did we budget this money to go? Okay, so you pull the money out and make sure the teams get the money that you originally asked for in the budget.
Right.
If you don't have enough, then you equally make cuts across the board, but that's how it would go.
Because and the reason I brought it up, I guess working in high schools for a long time.
Yeah.
And the football team gets into the playoffs and all of a sudden they've got new jerseys and everybody is complaining that was the money that was supposed to go for something else. So just making sure that it's very clear that, and differentiating that, I think is going to be a really good thing. And thank you for all the work.
Okay, Ms. Jordan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I think this is great. And of course, I've been involved in all of this with my kids, grandkids, whomever. But I heard you say about the bylaws. You can recommend those bylaws, but then do they not have an opportunity? Because if they are a 501c3, they're a separate entity from us. So would they not have the right to use that as a guideline and not use it as the gospel? Or are we saying these are your bylaws and this is what will be required from you? That's question one. So will they have to accept those bylaws as theirs, or as a 501c3, would they not have that right to change the bylaws if they deem?
So,
Question one.
so when they can, so you're referencing if they currently already have bylaws in place.
Correct.
Okay, so it would be reading through those bylaws, all right, and seeing if the particular bylaws in place have the best interest of the organization in mind. The principal and the athletic director, the music director, whatever the group is, there should be a copy of all bylaws inside of the school. And the reason being is when things turn over, you always have that constant document somewhere in the school. As I said, again, the principal could see that there's nothing in those bylaws in regards to that and say, I would like for those to be in there.
So based on what you just said, we then would have the power to have them add whatever into their bylaws. And then two, you said that the schools will collect all the paperwork. So when you're saying the schools are going to collect all the paperwork, so in essence, if I am school A and we start a booster club and I decide that I'm going to be a 501c3, I then will have to turn in my 501c3 to you, my IEN number, all of that. So we're going to know that they are in compliance with the law and all that paperwork is there.
Yes, and they have to turn in a document each year that shows the amount of money they raised, the amount of money they spent. It's not a ledger, okay? It's to show the amount of money they raised, the amount of money they spent. They have to turn in another document that shows the officers of the organization. There's a checklist saying of the items that you talked about, they check off saying they did those. It's signed at the bottom and turned in. As I said, it goes to the bookkeeper, and then it eventually makes its way down here through the bookkeeper to the internal audit department.
Okay, so then there would not be any reason for them ever to say that we did not have our own IEN number, we didn't have our registered agents, we didn't have any of that because it's all there, it's at the schools, and we know it's done.
Correct.
That's a beautiful
Madam
thing.
Chair, I'll also add that the forms and instructions for all of those materials are actually part of the guidelines.
Okay, just making sure that we get all those and they are there so that there's no confusion that we didn't apply for our IEN, or we didn't apply for this, or we don't have a registered agent. And who can be those registered agents and not be who can be and who cannot be?
Well, school district staff cannot be a registered agent.
Okay, and that will be on the.
It's all in the
be part of the
guidelines.
bylaws. Perfect.
Yeah, we came to a consensus. We don't want school people signing checks.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mrs. Patrica?
So this, you said every time there are new officers, the training should be repeated. Should the training be repeated when there's a new principal and/or a new AD?
Correct.
Okay, and that kind of leads to a conversation I've had frequently since I've been on the board, which is the role of athletic directors in our schools, and what I believe is the necessary move of making them administrators. I think we have a lot of turnover in the AD positions here in Lee County because of the way we treat our ADs. I think they're teachers with supplements, when in fact frequently they're the first person in the building and the last person to leave the building, and they have a lot of responsibility to include the successful and legal operation of booster clubs. Because let's admit, I mean, the majority of this stuff is going to fall on ADs, right? Especially if you have different booster clubs for different sports.
Yes, it will, because usually, because the title of an athletic director in the school is athletic/activities director. So every fundraising activity that is done in a high school funnels through their office. So again, the booster club is, whether it's the music boosters or whoever, is filling out the same paperwork that the Key Club fills out. And so that will all funnel, yes, through that office.
Okay, just like I said, yet another reason to recognize them as administrators in the buildings. If you can make that point for me, Dr. Desmores, with Dr. Savage, and I think this next comment is also for Dr. Savage. You know, the booster clubs impact how many parents? Not a ton.
Not a lot.
But our student code of conduct impacts every parent, and we've had board meetings filled with parents concerned about the student code of conduct. So I wonder whether we shouldn't be putting together a training regarding that on video and putting it out for parents at the beginning of the year. this manual is going to have to be signed by the officers of the club, just like the student code of conduct is supposed to be signed by the parents, stating that they've gone through it with their kids. So I know it doesn't have anything to do with booster clubs, but I'm wondering whether that might not be an additional tool that parents could use as they head back to school and try to make their way through the student code of conduct. Those are my comments. Thank you very much for your work on this, guys. Appreciate it.
Other questions or comments, board members? Okay, and I'm, Mary, Ms. Fisher?
I think Ms. Giovanelli was.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I'm
I was still
sorry,
looking
I
at something.
didn't see your hand.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Thank you very much for the presentation and for all of the information. It's pretty clear. So am I understanding correctly that, contrary to what we thought before, the school administration and the AD and other people involved are monitoring the funds, and that the booster clubs don't necessarily buy items, but they make donations to the school for what the school needs? Is that what I saw in the manual?
Well, it's kind of a twofold thing with the spending of the money. Let's say they put on a golf tournament, so there'll be expenses around having that golf tournament. So those type of items, they would write checks directly to whether it's the golf course or whoever. Excuse me, I'm talking about the expenditures for the teams or the groups inside of the school, because that tends to be, sometimes it can be a large volume. Those are the checks that that we're going to encourage them to write to the school. The school buys the stuff, they invoice the Booster Club, because again, we want a paper trail of everything that's gone out. So the school provides an invoice. We're billing you $8,000 for fall sports, this amount for this sport. You itemize it on the invoice, you give it to them, they write you a check, you divide it through those accounts where you spent the money to purchase the items. The things they do directly, as I said, for a fundraising event, they're going to pay for that type of stuff directly, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, other questions?
Yeah.
Ms. Giovanelli?
That leads me into a couple questions. Like, typically, though, you have like a PO policy, right? I mean, so they have to have a PO when they purchase something, and that comes usually from the principal's office and bookkeeper, right?
That's correct.
So that's in there, that's in place, that's already been in place. So was that not being followed? Is that where some of this went aloof, or?
Well, are you talking about the Booster Club writing a check to the school?
Yeah, well.
Well, no, that wasn't happening in a lot of organizations. They were just writing checks to everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, and so as I said, the reason why we feel this is a good approach is it will cut down on the volume of checks that comes from that organization. Now, the school's going to write the volume of checks, but we understand all the security behind that. This will cut down on the volume of checks that the organization writes.
Okay, and so, and a couple things you were saying, and actually something that Ms. Jordan mentioned was regarding the writing the bylaws, if they were to change the bylaws, but they still have to be approved. Is it by the principal? I mean, the attorney or us, or who's like the AD, who's actually approving those bylaws?
Well, the bylaws initially have to be approved by the membership of the organization, okay?
Right.
And so that's step one. And then when it comes to the principal, and really they will be coached to go over the bylaws with the principal and the athletic director, music director, whoever, before you take it to the membership for their vote on the bylaws. And once the bylaws are in place, you're good to go until there's a situation where you think you have to change them. That may be 2 or 3 years down the road.
Right. Okay. Let me see, I had notes here. Let me see. Oh, somebody mentioned a business list or approved business list. and this is something I think the board, I think we should have a list that's all county for people to go, if we're gonna do that. If we're gonna have a certain business list, we don't wanna have it exclusive differently at different schools, and, and it be equitable and vetted and so forth. So I don't know where that falls in, but I would be concerned that one school might be using one approved list, and then there might be somebody doing something different there. So I think that's something, I don't know, where does this list come from? Obviously it's a principal list, so how does that happen?
Well, every vendor that we deal with as a school has to go through the procurement department in order to be an approved vendor. And so the schools know a lot of them are the same vendors that we deal with, especially under those particular things. So the schools have an idea about the vendors that we use, and all it takes is to pick up a phone and call the procurement department and say, is this an approved vendor? Do we do business with this group? And they can get that information from them.
So that'll be provided to the Booster Club, because I think that was some of the issues, was that they used a vendor that wasn't approved, but yes, they got approval, and so there was that was that gray area.
Yeah, and honestly, it's more about not using somebody that they want to use. It's more about, there are times over history where there's been a bad experience with a vendor, something maybe they walked out on, didn't deliver on what they said they were going to deliver on. So it's more about not doing business with people. It's more about if there's somebody out there that we shouldn't be doing business with. So it's more on that end than it is somebody that they want to use.
Okay. I'm just curious. And then I had another thought as well. So tell me the difference between booster clubs and PTAs. Are they nonprofit, or is that internal thing? How do they function? And is this something that, are they a 501c3, or do they do the same governance? And so, it's just starting making me think, are we going to have issues there, or do we have to do the same thing, be compliant across the board with all these, because they're fundraisers, right? They fundraise.
So the biggest difference between PTAs, PTOs, and booster clubs is the PTAs and the PTOs have national guidelines that they have to follow in order to do business, where booster clubs don't. There is nothing out there on a national standpoint that governs how booster clubs are to be run. And so you basically, when you have these organizations, booster clubs, you have to establish how they're going to run. So up to this point in our district, they've just run individually at every individual school. They were done differently everywhere. Some good, some bad, okay? So now with this process that we're putting in place, business is going to be done the same way across the board, just like a PTA or a PTO following national guidelines, we're now going to follow local guidelines.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring that difference up. Not always people understand everything. And then I had two other statements. So I love what Mr. Simmons said, and because I actually wrote it down. It's hard to hold people accountable when they have not been trained. And I think that is very, very important, and I agree with you completely. And so I think that this is a step in the right direction for everyone to be able to be on the same page. And then this is just something different that I brought up before, and I know you can relate, Mr. Larissa, letter jackets. I found out that not every school gives out letter jackets to their athletes. And I just don't think that's right. And I know that not everybody should get a trophy, but this is something different. This is a participation. This is something that they take, it's tradition, it's their, and I think it's very important. And I'd like to see that, equitable throughout our county. And so I don't know what I need to do to champion that, but I'm more than willing to do that because an athlete, it's a high school memory that they will take with them the rest of their life. So that's my commercial soapbox. Sorry. Thank you.
No, I understand all of that. I really do. And just so you know, I worked for a principal one time who had been at a school where they did jackets, came to the school where I was at, and we didn't do jackets. He tried to come in and implement that in our school. It about broke the Booster Club
I know.
trying to do that. It was a nice gesture. It was just something feasibly in that setting we couldn't do. We had more needs for the money.
I
So,
understand.
but I totally understand where you're coming from.
I know you do. Thank you.
And if I could just add to what Mr. LaRosa said with regards to the PTOs and PTAs and booster clubs, they're actually statutory differences. So the statute also directs some things with regards to PTAs and PTOs, not so much for the booster club. And although there are some national organizations that will help booster clubs, give them some guidance and assistance, there's nothing that mandates that any booster club participate in those versus what you have for the PTA and PTO.
Yes, thank you. I just thought that was important for people to understand there is a difference and why we're trying to be kind of more uniformity to that. You know what I mean? So, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Morgan, do you have any questions or comments?
Just
Ms.
super quickly,
Patrica?
I hear about the nostalgia and the tradition by 3 varsity athletes in high school who were given the opportunity for the letter jacket and they didn't want it. It's just not, it's not important to every kid, so I would hesitate to do any kind of a requirement across the schools when that's not the culture in every school.
Well, I'm not saying it to be a requirement. I'm just bringing it that it's not equitable throughout the district. So,
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about some sort of a requirement that it be offered at every
No.
school. Okay, my bad.
Okay, I did have a couple quick questions, and just for timing's sake, did you intend to go over the manual as well? Or just there as supplementary material?
No, yeah, it's supplementary. It's quite long and extensive,
It
so.
is, that's.
I mean, we can go
We're-
through it if
we're
you,
about
I
at
got it
our-
right here. No, you don't. It's long, so, yeah, but it's available for everybody. And
Okay, yeah.
as soon as it's been presented to the board and has your blessing, then we're going to go ahead and post it and it'll go live. So we're ready to go with that.
Great, I just had a couple quick questions that haven't already been asked. Do you intend to have an online version of the training? I'm thinking for, definitely that the board members or the officers, like especially president and the treasurer, need to have the in-person, but maybe for somebody that wants a refresher or somebody, a member of the club that just wants to, well, what did they present during the training? So will that be available for?
Well, as I said, the training portion of all of this is a working document.
Right.
So if we see that there is a need for that, then that's what we will do, yes. One of the things that I am going to do at the end of the training, I'm going to give all the parents and the people going through the training, I'm going to give them my district cell number and tell them to call me as things come up, because we know there's going to be a lot of different scenarios that come up. And I just had an AD call me today about a scenario because he knew this presentation was going on today, and he asked me, he said, part of the new structure, is this going to be allowed? And I said, well, I can't comment yet because nothing's been approved yet. So I said, as soon as I know something, you'll know something. So yes, but we can adapt to whatever the situation.
Okay, and I was, maybe after you've done a few presentations and worked out any kinks or realized, hey, this is a frequently asked question.
Yes, exactly.
At some point, if you have that available just for a refresher or a member that comes in midway through the year, that might be good. And the other thing that I didn't quite understand, my thought about booster clubs is that they I know they supply needed supplies, but that often it's the extra thing, the special extra thing that would be nice to have, but just isn't in the school budget. And I heard you say that there's a budget, and I think you used $25,000 as the example. So there's that $25,000, and let's say it's an athletic booster club that covers a variety of sports. And the school already buys the items, I think is what you said. But what if there's a shortfall from the booster club and they only raise half of that? How does that work with the school budget? Did they count on having the extra, let's say $13,000, or does it need to be found, or how does that all work?
So this is, part of this is why at the beginning you have to decide how you're going to raise that money. Okay, you have to go into the year with a plan. And really through history, if you talk amongst different schools or whatever, you know, from a golf tournament, it usually brings in anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 at an event. So you know that. So maybe you're going to put on a golf event. And now if there's a shortfall as you talk about, then you have to readjust the budget at the point where you notice that there's going to be a shortfall. And if those are items or portions of items that the booster club was going to buy for a particular sport or whatever, and now it sees that it can't do that, now that falls back on the athletic director and the athletic program. They have to figure out how they're going to do that. So that is their responsibility to compensate for that.
So I misunderstood. The school doesn't buy it ahead of time expecting $25,000, let's say.
Once the budget has been approved, okay? Once the budget has been approved, and like I said, if we're transparent with the budget, and every month you see, and I'm talking about the athletic director, I'm talking about the booster organization, you see how much money you have in the account, and what money you're generating off of your events you're putting on, then you'll know at that point that you're going to have a shortfall, and so you can make that adjustment at that time.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, real quick, because we're a little over time? Yes.
Just one quick question, please. I would love to be invited to this, I'm sure other colleagues would as well, because I think that if we get the training, we have better knowledge of it, and if people come to us or they have a question, we have seen it firsthand, and we can defend it.
Sure, and that way you can hear the items that the parents are asking also. Yes. Because I don't know what they're going to ask us. Right now, I don't. So, but yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I agree with Ms. Jordan. I'm sure we might want to have that opportunity.
Okay.
All right, so gentlemen, thank you so much, and Ms. Dupree-Bruno, thank you for your contribution. We're going to move on to our next presentation, kind of switch gears here.
Thank you all.
About to have a presentation on equal opportunity schools. Now, Dr. Spiro, I see a lot of people on this list. Are you going to kind of moderate?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's doing what?
Yes, I will do some introductions once we get set here and
Okay.
let you know who's in the room.
So I will, once everybody's settled.
Thank you.
Dr. Spiro is Chief Academic Officer, and he's going to do the moderating of
Thank you.
this and introduce the participants.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all of your patience as we got settled here today. We're excited, really are excited about this opportunity to talk to you today about equal opportunity schools and kind of refresh your memory. Remember back in May, this was a topic of conversation at the board table when this came forward as an agenda item. And the agenda item was pulled because you wanted to have some additional information about the equal opportunity schools and what it offers our district. And so what we have done is really tried to present for you a comprehensive look at what is equal opportunity schools, what does it mean for us, for the Lee County School District, what has been the success of equal opportunity schools in the state of Florida, but also across the United States as well, and then be able to stand ready to answer any questions you have also. So let me introduce to you the members of today's team, because they come with a variety of different perspectives, because we wanted to make sure that we were able to address any questions and/or concerns you have. And so I'm going to start at the far end of the table and work my way down. We have Mr. Jarrett Eady. Mr. Eady is with the Diversity and Inclusion. We have Dr. Matt Kay. Dr. Kay is over social studies and advanced academic programs for the school district as well. And then we have two guests with us today from the Equal Opportunity Schools. We have Mr. Eddie Lincoln, who is the Interim Chief Executive Officer, and then Dr. Tracy Conrad, who is the Chief Program Officer for the Equal Opportunity Schools. And then we have our star principal, Miss Melissa Robry from East Lee County High School, and she is here. And part of her presentation really will be about the principal perspective and what this means inside of the building. And then we have Candace Oliveto, who's going to be joining you at the front here as well, and she's the Director of Secondary Curriculum. Additionally, we have other individuals that are going to come to this microphone and talk at some point, and that's Miss Lori Brooks. Lori is here next to me, and so she's going to talk at the very end. And then Mr. Simmons is certainly here to help answer any questions as well, as the Executive Director for our secondary schools. And so as we begin, I just want to remind everybody that what we're going to talk about today is not a curriculum. This is not a curriculum. This is a partnership of a service that is provided. And that's what we're excited to talk to you about, is what does that service really look like? What does that service really mean? And so as we move forward, Candace is going to start with us, and she's going to talk a little bit about, so where are we currently with our advanced academics, and then we'll move forward and we'll talk a little bit about what are some of our goals, and then what does that mean with equal opportunity schools. Ms. Oliveto, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. So we wanted to start when we really think about advanced studies of where have we been and where are we going and what is our why behind that. And when we reflect and take a look back, our why is really around our mission as a district. And that's ensuring that each student achieves his, her personal highest potential. And when we think about personal, we think about personalized. And how do we do that? As a district, we have over 25,000 students in 9th through 12th grade. And when we look at the courses in which they're taking, we have 100. And yes, it's exactly 100 this year, AP, IB, and ACE courses that our students are engaged in. In addition to that, we also have our dual enrollment courses, which services another 1,000 students in 165 unique courses. So when we think about the team that's here, and we think about our principals, and we think about our assistant principals of curriculum, and we think about our counselors, how are we making sure that we are individualizing it so it's personal to each and every one of those students? So we want to share what we've done up until this point, but really why we feel like Equal Opportunity Schools is a great partner for us to move forward to make sure we're meeting each of our students' needs and we're not leaving any students behind. We're looking to see what they want to do in college and career, and are we setting them up for success? So what's our goals then? We want to increase student participation, but more than just increase student participation in those courses, we also want to see success, because it's one thing to increase the numbers of students who are accessing advanced courses. It's another thing to make sure they're successful in those courses. And Dr. Kay is going to have the opportunity to share with you a little bit about the work we've done these last 3 years. Mr. Eady is going to talk to you about our participation and what does that really look like. We also want to deepen our professional development. We know Ms. Vaughn has talked to us a lot over this last year and year and a half of how are we ensuring that the teachers inside these classrooms are even prepared to engage in this coursework. And it's a very valid point. We had to look internal at our systems and say, what are we doing and what are our mechanisms? So we've gone to work on providing training, not training just offered through the curriculum department, but instead training from these organizations, working with Cambridge, working with College Board, working with IB to ensure that they're receiving high quality training. Take, for instance, this summer, not only are we offering for our teachers teaching that courses, but we thought it was important to invest back in our leaders as well, because we can offer training to our teachers, but the leaders are going to be the ones who have an impact to follow through and inspect what we expect. So on July 23rd, all of our middle school and high school leaders, as well as their ACE coordinators, will be engaged in Cambridge leadership. And what does that look like? So as we expand the right way. We go slow to go fast so we can ensure student success. We also want to develop measurement around monitoring student achievement beyond our local data. So we know what our local and our state data looks like. We often come to you and talk about those measurements because we have them. What we don't have are national measurements. And as we reach out to our partners are how our students are doing nationally, getting the Bright Future Scholarship, the National Merit, what are we doing for those pieces? We don't have a mechanism as a district that captures that. So our goal moving into the next school year is to develop that mechanism. How can we partner with our school administrators, with our district staff, and the folks we have, and really make sure we're monitoring and helping students be successful? And one of the pieces that Ms. Lori Brooks is going to speak to you on is our first step in that process of also getting our information in one system for students as they're looking beyond. And then finally, one of our goals always as we talk about being world class is really to establish ourselves as a leader in college and career acceleration. And this is a piece that is a dual goal between academic services curriculum department and then Ms. Rita Davis in our career and technical ed. We're often looking at this goal and working together for that one. So with that, let's look at some of our milestones that have taken place these last couple of years. We really went to work as a team in 2018-19 and going, okay, we want to make some changes. As we look at some of our systems and advanced studies, we want to really make sure we're pushing. What is it we can do? So in 2019-20, we began the partnership with Cambridge to expand out that all of our high schools would be afforded the opportunity to offer Cambridge courses. And our initial goal, remember, go slow to go fast, was we wanted to start with our ACE General paper. It was a course we were seeing a lot of success with at our 4 Cambridge Diploma Centers, but it was also a course that in our course catalog, the state allows us to use for English 1, 2, 3, or 4. So we were looking at a place of this students allows them to still earn credit. In Lee County, when you take that class as a 9th or 10th grader, it's an elective class. And as we've talked about before, if you take it as an 11th or 12th grader, then we count it as that English credit for you. So that's where we started that work. That's where it really began. Now this school year, we've also looked at, well, that's at the high school level. What are we doing systemically K-12? And I know I heard Ms. Giovanelli say yesterday as well, when we wait to high school, we've waited too long. We need to look at all and start down at our elementaries as well. So one of the bullets you'll see there is we are offering global perspectives to our middle schools for next school year. It'll be available to 6th through 8th graders and those students who are really a level 4-5, because we really believe in that having a place, an additional course for that enrichment, that's where it will begin. And each year for the next 3 years, we'll add Global Perspectives 2 and Global Perspectives 3. So if I'm a 6th grader next year, by the time I reach 8th grade, I could potentially have taken Global Perspectives 1, 2, and 3. Now, when we think about our elementary, it was just a short time ago where we had a lot of families talking about my student is a high-level student, or they're a part-time or full-time gifted student. What are additional services that are being provided? And we worked with student services and curriculum to kind of readjust. We have 3 teachers on assignment that directly support gifted. So they moved from the student services department where they were supporting those teachers, but also supporting the paperwork processes of high school to really come over and partner with curriculum on what's inside our instructional guides. Do we have activities that meet our advanced learners? And each year, this is our second year, we're refining that work. So this year, those 3 teachers on assignment hold PLCs with our full-time and part-time gifted teachers. We've got Google Classrooms for them in which we provide additional resources and programs that will benefit those students. As we're moving into next year, their work is aligning even closer with that of curriculum and coaching as they go to the best standards training. We know standards are changing. They're becoming not only more rigorous, but what we're asking students to do is thinking more critically that we want to make sure we're providing additional supports. So we're realigning their work to continue to still support that paperwork and those pieces that the high school students have what they need, but at our elementary and middle levels, teachers are getting additional support to really push activities, and as a curriculum department, we're looking inside of our instructional guides as to what's being provided. In addition to those things, one of the things we are very excited about is with our expansion of Cambridge, we introduced what we call our Look, Listen, and Learn. And this is a partnership that we have with our school administrators who are supporting those advanced courses. And what it is it's an opportunity for the school, the curriculum, school development, and our chief academic officer to get together and say, how are your advanced programs running? Has there been any change to enrollment? How are you setting up professional development? And in addition, one of the things that's also on there, it's our question number 6, which keyed up to one of the questions you had yesterday, Ms. Vaughn, is how are the funds going back into the school? One of the questions we ask is, with those dollars, what are you getting? And that's our look. Our listen is then they showcase everything they've done over the course of the year. And that's where district gets to listen to all the amazing things that they've accomplished. Then the learn is, what do you need from us? And what can we do to help partner multiple schools across the district? So we established that this school year, specifically with our Cambridge sites as we expand it out. But next year, if you notice, we're going to be doing that with all of our advanced programs. So we'll be having those same conversations around advanced placement and also international baccalaureate. So those are a couple of pieces of where we've been these last 3 years. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Eady to talk to you a little bit about our student participation.
Good afternoon, board members, Madam Chair. The screen we have in front of us shows data that we annually report to the Department of Education. It is a requirement that the school district files the annual educational equity report. As a part of the report, the Department of Education additionally requests to delineate, excuse me, and list the strategies and methods that the district will introduce in the upcoming academic year to ensure that any underrepresented populations across the district, strategies are in place to diminish those gaps, as well as methods and evaluations to go forward. We have in front of us the 18-19, 19-20, and 2021 data. We have not turned in the 2021 information. You will be seeing that very soon. On the charts in front of us, we have 45% of our total enrollment population across all of our students are now taking advanced level coursework for grades 11, 12, and the percentage is 32% for grades 9, 10. I will not go step by step with the data and the graph in front of us, but you'll notice over the course of the 2021 year, we have noticed increases in some of our underrepresented populations. This goes to the strategies and conversations through professional development, conversations that Ms. Alivedo mentioned, as well as quarterly monitoring between academic services and diversity and inclusion. Mr. K is going to go a little more in depth with the participation rate and also the pass rate based on the numbers provided to us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members, Madam Chair. We have 3 primary advanced courses or advanced course programs that we offer throughout our district: Advanced Placement through the College Board, International Baccalaureate, and Advanced International Certificate of Education, otherwise known as ACE. And we also are reporting through the DOE our College and Career Acceleration, which is one of the district's reporting categories. So I want to go over those trajectories and the trend lines for you over the last 4 years. The first one projected up there is the Advanced Placement Data, or AP. Historically, this is the oldest of those in our district that goes back across all schools. In order to be consistent, we captured the last 4 years of each of these. And you can see the trajectory for advanced placement has increased the last 3 years. Consistently going back, we were usually in the high 30% or low 40%. In 2018, 2019, the district was one of 2 districts in the state of Florida to receive the College Board Honor Roll district recognition. And that was 2 years ago. And then this past year, we also have seen success with advanced placement. Next is Cambridge ACE. Again, the last 4 years of trajectory. This has seen an increase in enrollment by a pretty steady margin, especially over the last year. Again, the success rate was higher for our students. And then finally, International Baccalaureate. Again, the participation number on this one was slightly lower last year, due in part, or over the last 2 years, but the percentage passing of exams was at its all-time high as well. And then finally, the College and Career Acceleration number, which is one of our district reporting categories. The past 2 years mark the first 2 years in our district in which it has been above the 60% threshold. And that goes back to one of our strategic goals mentioned by Ms. Aliveto, which is that we want to be a statewide leader in our College and Career Acceleration. This is a composite effort, as she mentioned, with our Career and Tech Ed department, Ms. Rita Davis as well. So this data reflects the work of that department as well as of curriculum and instruction.
So hopefully, as you can see, we really wanted to take a look at the last 3 years and the milestones and our goals and how we've been moving along. But this next piece is our partnership that we're hoping to embark on with Equal Opportunity Schools to really help with that piece of personalization and individualization of each of our students. So with that, it's my honor to turn it over to Mr. Eddie Lincoln.
Thank you, Candace, and thank you all for having us today. I'm Eddie Lincoln. I am the interim chief operating CEO, new to me at EOS. Thank you all so much for having us. I've been at EOS now for 7 years in a number of capacities. In the last 3 months as the interim CEO. EOS is a national nonprofit that works on equity work for low-income and kids of color and helping schools identify young people who are ready right now for upper-level courses, AP, IB, dual enrollment, ACE program. To date, we have worked with over 700 schools across America in roughly around 33 states and 235 school districts, and we've had tremendous success. What we are seeing, 30% of the schools that we work with see an increase of young people passing more than one class within their first year, significant growth that we're seeing. The state of Maryland recently put out a statewide study on the 55 high schools we work with across that state, and they're seeing roughly an 8% increase across the board for low-income students of color taking and passing at least one course compared to the districts not participating in our partnership. So we're seeing great success across the board, and which is very exciting. This mask is definitely tough to talk in. EOS really focuses on 3 major areas in a partnership when we work with a district. And really, I'd say the first one, and really an important one, is coaching consulting. When we work with a district, we establish ourselves as a partner. This is not a product. We're not throwing data at you and running away. We establish what we call a partnership director. This is a staff member who really immerses themselves in each school that we work in. They will help with project management, training of the staff, talking with stakeholders within the community in various capacities. We'll assign one to Lee County, of course, who will come down, work with the schools roughly on a bi-weekly, monthly basis to really help be a leader within the school building on this various work. So we're not throwing something at you and running away. This is truly a partnership. The other thing that's very important is actionable data. We're going to provide you a lot of actionable data. And what we mean by that is we'll provide you reports that you'll be able to pick up, your team in the building will be able to pick up and really understand the school culture, and how to improve on some really key data points and milestones that we see throughout the year. Dr. Tracy Conrad's team here will really be charged with the implementation of our work in that programmatic model, and we provide that in one major document called the Equity Pathways Report. This is really going to help evaluate the overall school culture and some key data points of where we can improve the school culture to make sure it's a quality, healthy learning environment for all students throughout your school and district community. And then the last thing we're going to really do is highlight each student voice, and we do this in a number of ways. Through focus groups that we'll conduct with the school to really learn how all students are learning and what's taking place in the classroom within the overall school environment, but also through one document called the Student Insight Card. Tracy will talk about this here shortly. I think it's our bread and butter. It's probably one of the most important tools that we're going to provide your schools. Is really shedding a lot of insight on where your students' aspirations are. All of our young people want to go to college and go on to careers. But we're going to put this all in one, really a baseball card of sorts of stats and data that really highlight each one of your students with their aspirations for college, if they're looking to go into vocational school, what that career choice are. What are those barriers that we know that are preventing young people from pushing themselves more academically, and really understanding that as we work and talk with your counselors, and they have that time to do one-on-one coaching with your students at different points in the year, they're going to have some pinpoint information to really help guide some of those conversations with your students, but also your parents, so they can make informed decisions about the courses and tracks that young people take. It's very important to understand this. We are not a curriculum. We're not bringing a curriculum into your district. This is why you all have Candace and her team, and they're the expertise, and have the expertise in that area. Our job is to help you identify, help you support young people in various ways, and really using a lot of our experience that we have learned over the last 10 years in working in those 700 plus high schools in 35 or so districts around, or excuse me, states around the country, and all those learnings. And so that's really what we're looking to bring to the table to support your team. You have a very dynamic team that we've gotten to know over the last 6 months. And I wish, to be completely honest, that more districts were more thoughtful, like your district, as you're approaching this work, the type of questions that we have engaged in the conversations. And you all are making a very informed decision. And we pride ourselves on this, is being the best partner you would ever have. And we really do believe that as an organization. And we ask, and Candace and team have done their reference checks and talked to multiple partners of ours within the state, but also across the country, so you all can make informed decisions. And as we have expanded and grown, and we really hold that as a staple, that we do want to be the best partners. Like I said, this is not a product. This is a partnership, and we look to do this with you step by step to make sure every student in your district has the opportunity to go on to college. If they choose not to go to college, that's fine, but they're going to have a first-class education to choose whatever career path they go into, and we would love to be partners in that endeavor moving forward. So I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Dr. Tracy Conrad, our Chief Program Officer, to take us through just a couple minutes of a PowerPoint, then we'll open it up for questions. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I have to explain a couple of things. One, I was one of the first principals to partner with EOS back in 2012. Former principal of an academic powerhouse in a college town in Columbia, Missouri. And we really thought we were all that. We had more National Merit Scholars than any school, more presidential scholars than any school, private or public, in the United States, and we were knocking it out of the park in terms of AP scores. What we didn't realize is that we were missing a lot of students. The students that were flying below the radar with their average grade point averages that we all know were capable of doing better, we were missing identifying them with traditional means. So when we look at this, the reason that we focus on two groups of students, low-income students are students from families that are low income, because they're less likely to go to college. More importantly, they're less likely to graduate from college. I was that student. I was first-generation college goer. And when I look at these percentiles and the quartiles, my own children were part of this as a lifelong teacher. We're not talking about, abject poverty here. We're talking about working folks, right? So we identify those students that we're able to help get into the classes because it better prepares them to be successful in college. I'm going to apologize up front about when I say college. I want to make sure that you understand it's any post-secondary endeavor, whether it's career college certificate, whether it's a 2-year college, or whether it's a 4-year university. Advanced classes will help prepare in all of those areas. So you can see, as well as with the students from low-income families, students from different demographics tend to graduate from college at different rates. Again, it's not that they are innately less intelligent, they're less prepared. So these are the reasons that we are identifying these particular groups of students to focus upon. So it doesn't matter. This is a College Board slide, and it just shows you, and I think in a great way, the importance of taking an advanced class. Now, this is obviously AP, but we can say the same thing for ACE, we can say the same thing for IB. So if you take one class, you increase your chances of graduating in 4 years by 11%. So if you go down and take a class and get an average score of 2, which is where a lot of times first-time students will land in their first exam, they've almost tripled their chances of graduating in 4 years. This is tremendous, in my opinion. You can see also that with the Cambridge program, a lot of times students don't think about what their transcript looks like. They think that if they have a great GPA, that they can get into college and that life is great. It's like a natural matriculation, right? You go to middle school, then you go to high school. Well, everyone's wanting to go to college or any post-secondary endeavor, and they think that they can get in based on getting good grades, and that's simply not the case. If they have advanced courses on their transcript, they're much more likely to be competitive in that enrollment process. So Pasco County Schools. I'm from Pinellas County, and so I tried to find a district with whom I've worked closely that has a very similar demographic, worked with 14 schools in that district. And you can see over the years, we started off with 6, expanded immediately the next year, and you can just see the tremendous growth across all of the demographics. Obviously, these are percentage increases. And so you can see just step by step the absolute number of students that we enrolled in each of those classes. At least one class, I should say. And probably a question that's in your mind is what happened to the test scores, because that's what everyone worries about, right? And we can say that looking at the number of exams that were given, and I love this slide in particular because it shows not only the trajectory of the increased students, but it also shows a comparable trajectory of the test scores as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to Candace, and then I'll be back to visit with you about the Student Insight Card.
So when we began the conversations around the partnership we were hoping to embark on with Equal Opportunity Schools, it really was, so what else is there then? We've shared with you our milestones, we've shared our goals, we've shared where we're really trying to build together. What is it? How can you help us enhance it? And one of the things we discussed right off the bat is if you look at the 3 blue gears there, these are the 3 traditional measures when we're looking at students entering advanced courses that we look at. They're what we have very quick and readily at our fingertips. It's those test scores, it's GPA, and it's the prerequisites to the course. And those are traditional means. But when we look at schools, EOS partnership schools, those staff members who embark on that work are 3 times more likely to look at the measures of growth mindset, perseverance, and motivation in identifying and helping to motivate students' selection for courses, for advanced courses. And we went, that's it right there. We have the conversations, we talk about shifting culture, we thought about how are we not missing students, but we also thought this is something very quickly that we're able to glean because it's data that they're providing back to us. With it also, it's the student and staff survey. So more than that, as we talked about at the beginning, with 25,000 plus students and over 100 advanced courses, how do we help marry them together? How do we make a partnership and look at what are the other interests that the students might have? Our students will have the ability to take a survey that shares that exact information with us. And that information comes back to the district in a toolbox, and it helps us identify students students that we may be missing in the traditional means that was on the slide before. And Dr. Conrad is going to speak to you about that student insight card, which is really where we got excited. It was the piece where we go, oh my goodness, we will have a new layer of information on every one of our students that unless we had a conversation with them, we would be missing. But the other piece that's key in it that Mr. Lincoln mentioned is that there's that parent-guardian input as well. There's a conversation that happens, because just because my interests may come out one way and I think you're a really great candidate for it, it's up to still the student and the family and guardians to make that decision together of, is this the best placement for them? So here's going to be a snapshot into this insight card.
Okay, so I still get excited when I think and talk about this. This was a game changer for me. I'll be honest, when my superintendent came back to me and said we were thinking about embarking on this partnership, it was, I kind of rolled my eyes a little because I thought we had been doing a really good job. He had been to a conference and he was all fired up. And then I saw the Student Insight card and realized just how narrow-minded I had been. So Sarah, as you can see, is a 10th grader. She has an average test score, as indicated by the blue bars that we merge, as Candace mentioned, with your data. She has an average GPA of about 3.0. Again, not, breaking any records, but she also tells us that she wants to go to a 4-year school. Okay, now we're starting to think about things a little bit differently. We ask about her interest. We also look at who she names as her trusted adult. And for Sarah, this is concerning because she doesn't have one. And we know as all educators, we want to make sure that every student has at least one person that they trust and can talk to. Her study skills, again, who does she go to? She lists as none. So there's other information on this insight card that go beyond the academics. So her subject matter interest, she talks about, so we're starting to narrow it even more. And we ask each of the teachers in their survey to identify students with whom we should have a conversation. Not that they're necessarily recommending or deciding who can and who can't, but who should we talk to? And you can see that Sarah has 2 teacher recommendations. She tells us her barriers. Again, we approach this as how do we eliminate these barriers? Adult encouragement and additional information. So adult encouragement and belonging are 3 of the biggest barriers, and they're very easily solved and addressed. She's worried about her GPA. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. So part of this is about educating students and their parents, because a lot of times parents speak the language of GPA. It's what we all understand, right? We don't want to hurt their grades. And then I think another very important piece are the open-ended comments. If I had a nickel for every student that said, I am not working to my potential, I don't feel like I'm being challenged, and I know I could do better, I could have a yacht like Tom Brady. And so just having the additional information for each of these students, for every single student, was a game changer for our counselors who are having these conversations. We had 2,200 students. They had caseloads of 300, and this was a game changer for them.
So with that, you can hopefully see why we were super excited when we saw this piece here, because right away, now this allows us to open up the door of what are some courses that might fit really well for Sarah. And that's where the partnership with Equal Opportunity Schools comes into play there. If that partnership embarks, what it looks like is it's a year at a glance. So they're there and we're with them every step of the way, sharing our needs, but also they're helping guide those conversations. And the fall, when it really breaks down, is all about studying our systems, working with our leadership, identifying the right stakeholders in this process. And then in the winter, we move into strategy. What are we going to do differently? So now that we have these data pieces, our staff and students have taken these surveys, what does the data tell us? How are we going to make it actionable? Because again, data to just have static data means nothing. We need to be actually put a plan in place, and that would be our winter pieces. And then the spring, it's all about support. So now we put that strategy from the winter into play. We'll begin to schedule our students, so students who showed interest or students that are on an outreach list, we have those conversations with them, and we put those pieces into play, and EOS is there to provide that support along the way. So about 6 to 8 times throughout the year, it is these one-on-one conversations, but each month the partnership is there. So with it though, that is all about where we've been, a little bit about equal opportunity. What also is important to share though is wrapped into all of this as well is we're looking to continue our partnerships in advance with SCORE. So when we think about personalization and individualization for each of our students, how can we help look along the way and provide better, more resources for our students? So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Lori Brooks to wrap all these pieces together.
Thank you, Ms. Aliveto, and good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to speak with you today about a new program that will greatly benefit our Lee County students, and it is the SCORE platform. As we've been discussing a more personalized experience for all students to access rigor and post-secondary opportunities, I think it's a good idea for us to circle back to our compelling why. And that is our district mission, to ensure that each student achieves his and her highest personal potential. To that end, the SCORE program truly places access into the hands of each student and their parent to achieve that we can help our students reach our district mission. So SCORE is a program. On the right-hand side of your slide, you'll see a handout that we can provide in a larger format. It's a program, through its deep personalization with the student experience, it impacts 4 areas. Each student can discover career paths, search for the best post-secondary school fit, curate that list of post-secondary schools, and collaborate along the way. So SCORE provides a deeper exploration at its onset for students to understand and explore their talents, and then see how those talents can relate and kind of extrapolate into related careers, and then matches that information to what type of training is required for those career paths of interest. So we all know that post-secondary training of some type needs to be our outcome for students as they head into their career. That may be a state university, it might be a 2-year college, it may be technical school, but it may be apprenticeship training, and SCORE covers it all. So SCORE provides that deeper exploration for students to understand their talents, see how those talents relate to those careers, post-secondary school or training required, and then connects them through the course of their high school years to building a portfolio that makes them ready to engage with that post-secondary choice. So students can also compare and organize schools of interest. They can manage applications to those post-secondary schools. And this robust experience also allows students, parents, and school counselors to engage in collaborative discussions. And this is in all phases of this process in grades 9 through 12. So as you can imagine, as you've been in our schools, our school counselors spend a lot of time on a heavy caseload of students. Whichever year we strive as a district to reduce those caseloads. With SCORE in the hands of our students and their parents, it provides a tool that is a 24/7 access tool for our students to engage in portfolio building, exploration, deciding where they would like to go and what they want to do in their future. And that then really allows our school counselors to engage in, really, I'd say, putting the meat on the hook of those discussions. It's not, let's start at the inception, student by student, and try to figure out how to coach you through these tools. These tools are there for students to build all of these access points, and then the discussions can happen on a deeper level because a lot of this work has been done not only by the student, because they'll be trained how to engage with this software program, but the parents also have this access, and it enriches the conversations. So SCORE will help students identify their potential to succeed, and it does highlight strengths on a deeper level than GPAs, test scores. So it aligns back to the slide you recently saw about the softer executive skills that need to be a part of a student's portfolio as they're building that throughout high school. And that avoids them being pigeonholed by a GPA or a test score. And then, of course, we're a Chromebook district. So every child has a Chromebook. They can access this program, and there's an app, and most families have at least one smartphone in the family. So parents can also engage and monitor And then the counselors and administrators can use the dashboard to monitor where each student is, and again, guide and drive those conversations and maximize the face time that our students have with their school counselors. The admissions officers on the other side of this program are also engaging because they try to find students that have a strong interest in their post-secondary schools, so those students are more likely to be accepted in their schools of interest and receive favorable financial aid packages. Partnered with all of this, and just to wrap this up, are on-demand tools and videos for parents as well as students to help parents understand financial aid, help them understand what their SAR report is. These are events and initiatives we offer at the district to parents, but this gives them all of that at their fingertips to go ahead and educate them to support their children, especially for our first-generation college students. The graphic for the benefits of SCORE really are about context, connection, and outcome. Those are really the core three components and what we're driving through the use of SCORE. And I will also close with it's free to Title I schools, which is a major win-win for us and for our students. And in addition, it really, again, leverages the school counselor's time, puts power in the hands of our children and their parents, and allows us to guide our students through more meaningful discussions. And having said all that, I would love to turn it over for principal's perspective to Ms. Melissa Robery, principal of Eastleigh County High School.
Good afternoon, board members, Dr. Desenworth. It's my pleasure to be here today. Our panel has done a great job of explaining the data from a district perspective, but I appreciate the opportunity to be here to talk to you about it from a school perspective. So one of my favorite quotes regarding providing opportunities for students is by Carolyn Belton. And the quote is, "Equality is leaving the door open for anyone who has the means to approach it. Equity is ensuring that there's a pathway to that door for those who need it." So at Eastleigh County High School, we often say that as educators, it's our responsibility to stand in the door so it doesn't shut on our kids, while we prepare them to advocate for themselves and stand in the door themselves. So I'm really happy to be able to talk to you today about where we've come from, some of the things that we've done, and what we need to do to meet our goal of 100%. So I've had the pleasure of being the principal at Eastleigh County High School for 3.5 years. During that time, the academic gaps of our incoming 9th grade students have remained consistent. So in 2020, 68% of our incoming freshmen were a level 1 or 2 in ELA and reading, 68%. That means 32% of our students were proficient in reading and ELA coming into high school. In 2021, 70% of our incoming freshmen were not proficient in reading and ELA. Now, that being said, over the past 3.5 years, our students have demonstrated pretty amazing, significant gains in student achievement. So when I arrived at Eastleigh County High School, the graduation rate at our school was 71%. In 2020, that graduation rate was 91%. So an increase of over 20 percentage points. This year, we anticipate that our graduation rate will be, we anticipate between 93 and 95%. Our college and career acceleration or readiness has increased from 26% to 62%. Our goal for graduation rate and for college and career readiness and acceleration is 100%. Our kids deserve that. And they can do it. How did we do it? So thus far, we've been very fortunate to have dedicated, amazing teachers who have really taken advantage of individualizing instruction based on the needs of our students. Imagine if you have, you're a 9th grade teacher and you come in and 80% of your students are not proficient, and the expectation is they are proficient in 4 years. That's a pretty big task. We've also had the opportunity to pilot opportunities for our students in advanced courses and increase our academy opportunities for students in career readiness. So in 2017-18, when I arrived, it was the first year that we had instituted the ACE Cambridge program at East Lee County High School. So that year, we were able to offer 2 ACE syllabi, 2 courses, and we had 25 students sit for an exam. We were so excited. So in 1920, we were able to pilot an opportunity where we placed many of our students in ACE Gen paper, many of our senior students in ACE Gen paper. So we had done a lot of study and research on, how can we provide advanced opportunities for our students? Because many times the hesitation with students is, can I really do it? Like it's never really been an opportunity for them, so they don't know whether they can or can't, and they don't really have the confidence that they need to say, hey, I want to take that course. So we put a very large percentage of our 12th graders in ACE Gen paper rather than English 4. And of those students, 91% passed the course. 91%. They can do it. They just have to have supports in place. So I'm happy to say in 2020-21, we offered 13 courses this past year, and we had 488 students sit for 1 or more exams. So we really did that by focusing on relationships, ensuring that our students felt like they had a trusted person that they could go to if they were struggling in academics. We provided intervention and acceleration opportunities for our students. And probably most importantly, we raised the academic expectations for students no matter what their starting point or entering academic level. We raised the expectation for all students. So as a principal, I've really seen the benefit of being able to expose our students to college and career opportunities, allowing them to develop their interests, their motivation, their perseverance, the belief in themselves to really reach their highest potential. So those of you who know me know that I'm a fierce advocate for our kids, our staff, and our school. So I would not leave this opportunity without telling you what we need to get to 100%. So when I thought about the needs of our students and staff, I thought about it from the perspective of our students need our teachers or their educators to have. So our students need their teachers to have time, first of all, to mitigate the impact of the pandemic on student achievement. Because at this point, we have some idea of what that looks like, but we really don't know. So we need the time to be able to do that. Our students need their teachers to have individualized student information for careers, education goals, academic strengths, and self-perception. So I did a little math, Ms. Fisher, so I know you'll appreciate this. So it would take our school counselors approximately 1,387 hours to meet with each of our students individually for 45 minutes. That's approximately 9.2 weeks to reach all of the students, even with 4 of our school counselors meeting with students 8 hours every single day. That's a lot of time. So the information, that's the reason I got so excited about the contact card, because the information provided by this partnership gives our staff an entire quarter. If you think about it, it'd take us 9 weeks to gather this information, an entire quarter of instruction time to support every single student from day one. our students need their teachers to have a quick snapshot of student information that's not captured in any other district application. Our technology department is amazing, and they have provided us with so many resources, but this is one we don't have. And so this would be an opportunity to have it. And then lastly, it would be we need a systematic way to be able to track individual adult support and connections, because we want all of our students to benefit, and there are times where there is a student who is kind of flying under the radar, and I may think they have that trusted adult that they can go to if they're struggling, and they may not. So we need a way to be able to track that. And so finally, I can say that as a product of the Lee County School District and someone who's been an educator in the district for 35 years, my goal for our district is to be able to ensure that every single student gets the best education possible, not sometimes, not maybe this day, but not that day, every single day of the year. That's our responsibility. We owe that to our kids, and they deserve it. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
So with that, we'd like to thank you guys and open it up to any questions that you have at this point.
Okay, and if board members, if we can, you can limit it to 1 or 2 questions apiece, since we are running long and we have a lot on the agenda. Who has the first question? Okay, Mrs. Gittens.
Okay, my first question has to do, first of all, thank you. It sounds very exciting, and welcome to Lee County, you guys. This may be, Ms. Acevedo, can you explain just briefly, am I looking at this correctly by saying measuring rigor, that we have IB, then AP, then Cambridge, then in kind of that order, and not that it's not as, rigorous, but as far as the level of rigor, is that an accurate thing to say?
So each of those programs provides a different opportunity and pathway for the students. So we wouldn't want to look at them in a hierarchy order, because depending upon the pathway that the student is engaging in, it offers a different opportunity. So those 3 programs are the 3 in which we offer in Lee County, but not one over the other, because there would be different reasons for students to engage in those courses. So for example, a great thing is, as we talk about all 15 of our high schools offer ACE courses, we have students who are still engaging in IB courses and ACE courses because of the need and the desire that they have. We have students engaging in AP courses and ACE courses. It's not meant to be an exclusive, it's meant to open up opportunities depending upon what the student's interests and desires are beyond high school.
Okay, so in this program, they can be involved in any or all?
They can, and that's the benefit of it. They can help provide us information back on IB, AP, and ACE. ACE is very up and coming. Florida has grabbed hold of it quite a bit, and one of the pieces we were excited about when we talked with Equal Opportunity Schools was the work they had did with Pasco County, because Pasco County also has ACE Cambridge courses. So what they provide back to us is not just information on AP and IB, but also ACE Cambridge courses.
Okay, and my next question really quickly. On slides 8 through 11, you showed the graphs of showing the increase in the exam pass rate. And interestingly, though, the Cambridge was the steepest of the curves. And that was what led me to that question. Does that program lend itself more to this particular demographic of student than the others? And maybe that's for you guys with the program. Have you seen more of a shift or a change or a growth in one program more than the other?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say one program over another. It really depends on the districts and what they're offering. Majority of districts across America, roughly today, they're probably roughly around 9,500 AP programs, roughly around 1,100 IB programs, and ACE, as Candace is saying, is one of the fastest growing programs in America today. Roughly around 850 or so high schools offer the program. So it really depends on the district and what their focus is. You guys have the great fortune to offer each of those, as well as dual enrollment, and creating a lot of pathways for young people to be successful. And that's probably more than I've seen from a lot of districts around the country to date.
So this basic program then will offer any of that opportunity for any of our students that fall within that demographic.
Absolutely.
And I will look it up, or maybe you can send us more information, but I would be interested to see some of the success in the other Florida counties and equivalent counties across the nation. So for time, I will hold that and hopefully be able to speak with you offline. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Jordan, and then Ms. Morgan.
Okay.
Ms. Fisher.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it. I guess my concern is, when I first started listening to this, I thought it was for all grades. Because to me, I think that, and I know Ms. Giovanelli always speaks on that, I think that we need to start it at the earlier stage. Because I know for facts, this is facts, not fiction, but where you may have a child who, because the teacher has seen something in that child and has given them or sent them to be tested for gifted, but they miss it by 1 point. Now that child is just put here. They're not given any gifted, this is elementary, they're not given any gifted classes or any advanced classes, and then they are bored to death because they're over what everybody else is doing. So we kind of like lose those kids. So I don't know how we take that and take it to the lower level and get them started there, so that way they have that path to succeed. And then perhaps, then when we get to East Lee, thank you very much for everything you do, we're not going to have that, 70%, coming in. They're already going to be ready to move on. So I don't know how you address that, and I kind of lost me when you got to the last part.
Unfortunately, we do not work in elementary or middle school at this point in time. We're a high school program. The founder, really, the purpose was to really capture kids before it was too late, before they graduated high school, to provide opportunities before they moved on to college or whatever their career choice may be. One of the things is we're starting our strategic plan for this upcoming year in middle school. Is one of the things that we're exploring to potentially expand our program offerings here in the near future. Candace, I don't know if you want to speak to the work you guys are currently doing.
Yes, and just to kind of add to that, one of the pieces is by partnering with them, we hope to study and learn as well to be able to replicate in other schools, elementary, middle, but in addition to that middle school expansion of those global perspective courses. So that's a new, providing students a new opportunity and course to be able to take. Additionally, the adjustment to our pathways in mathematics, that students don't need to be a full-time gifted or part-time gifted to take an accelerated mathematics course. And then we back that down one more step into that elementary. That's really where our 3 teachers on assignment, we're really focusing in that work next year, as we know that's some of our greatest lift, because there is not an opportunity based upon some of our courses that they take a different course, but there is an opportunity for them to walk to read and walk to their math and engage. But our 3 gifted teachers on assignment are also helping to look and do we have activities that meet their needs as well? And how do we enhance those pieces? So we are looking internal to our systems as well as how can we bring some of those pieces further down.
Okay, yeah, because if you think about it, the kids have, by the time they reach the 9th grade, they've had 10 years of school. If you think of kindergarten and pre-K. So that's 10 years that they have been trained in a certain way. So then they get to 9th grade, you do a survey and you go, oh, okay, now we can put you in these classes. But what did they have before that? Yeah. So
I'm sorry, I'd also be remiss if I didn't say in that the state also sees that as well. So with our K-12 reading plan and our allocation, how we spend those dollars, last year and this upcoming school year will be our 2nd year in a row where we have a K-2 literacy coach inside every one of our elementary classes. Because to speak to the point that Ms. Robery said as well, we're trying to do 2 things at one time. We're trying to advance our students, but also looking at are our students proficient. So we've built in resources and looked at our allocation, and we have a K-2 literacy coach in every one of our elementary schools. And next year will only be our second year of that. That really helped to focus in on those students' needs as well. So hopefully when they get to East Lee High School, we don't see that 70% are not proficient.
Yeah, but it's not just about literacy. It's about everything. You know, all of their classes, mathematics, whatever that looks like, you know, and making sure that these kids have that opportunity, especially those ones who are, you know, it's funny you said middle income. I wrote that down and then you said it. So it's middle income and low income as well. And even those who have the financial background but may not necessarily have the hindsight of what their kids are doing because they're just not engaged in all of that. So I think there's a lot that we have to still do. But I do appreciate what you're doing here, and it sounds that it will be successful.
I realize we're really short on time, but I just want to mention one thing. A perfect example of this is in Hernando County. I work with them as well. And this naturally causes vertical alignment because we start looking at, okay, what do they need to be prepared, right? So we start talking to the 9th grade teachers so that they're ready for AP in the 10th grade. And in Hernando, for example, they're actually doing the AP prep in the middle schools now as a result of the work. So there is a natural sort of vertical alignment that comes with doing this work as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Conrad, as soon as you said a new layer of information, I recall when I was in a school district back in the 90s, we changed our test. We looked for ability versus achievement and found out there was a big gap. There were kids who were significantly underperforming. This isn't a high-performing suburban school district. So I absolutely believe in the power of looking for where's the ability and what can we do. I love that it's based on, that you're looking for perseverance, growth, and motivation. Because essentially, when you talk to anybody, whether it's a career or college, that is what they are looking for. And we need to identify those kids who don't feel that you know, that they don't have any of those things internally. 3, my original question was, do counselors have the bandwidth to participate sufficiently? And clearly what you have done is turn some of that power over to the students and the families. And I love that at the high school level, you're basically giving kids, you're giving them an opportunity to learn how to advocate for themselves because you're giving them enough information that they can use it. And you're basically using your guidance counselors as a coach to help them use that information. And for many families, somebody I think said, who don't understand this process at all, it's a way for a child to help a family understand the process. And even if the family never does, at least the child is empowered. Let's see, I know we have to go quickly. So I guess I will make it quick. 2 questions. One, is it bilingual for parents? And 2, this is not related to this particular thing, but Melissa Robery talked about students coming in not ready. I'd like to know, for the future, how many of those kids have been in the system 3 years or more, and how many have been in the system 3 years or less, because I would like to see the breakdown in terms of how we're preparing kids before they even get to high school. Those are my comments and questions. Thank you.
Okay, who else?
Mrs. Fisher.
Ms. Fisher, and then Mrs. Patrica.
Great, thank you. So thank you very much for the presentation. This is very exciting. And having had the opportunity to be a former school counselor, I really got excited even more about some of the things that both Lori said about the score being free to the Title I and identifying that for kids, the motivation, the mindset, and the confidence is really more key than what their test scores are. So at one point, I had an opportunity to work with kids. I was the dual enrollment counselor. And there were kids who were just not performing. They were over it. And once they got into those dual enrollment classes, they were on fire. I mean, it just gave them a whole different attitude and a whole different confidence level that they could go to the college campus and they did the work. I mean, it was amazing. So I wanted to ask a question about with the AP, the IB, and the ACE. So one of the things I noticed as a high school counselor was that the success rate for AP was not great, and this is almost a dozen years ago, so I see that it's improved, but is still only at 56% success rate, whereas the others are much higher. And so versus dual enrollment, it was my impression that there was a high success rate with that, and I don't know exactly why that was, except that the students reported it was less work. And the whole environment was different. Yeah, so I don't know, like versus dual enrollment, what's your opinion on that?
I would say it's probably difficult from program to program. I'll tell you what we do to assure success. And one of the things that Tracy and Candace talked about was that the latter part of our program this spring, looking at the interventions and supports, one of the things that we do a really good job is helping you identify individual supports for each student, as well as a collection of students going into different courses. Let's say you have a number of young people going into your AP Human Geo class, and we know that 75% of those young people are first-time takers of that course. We, on the front end, 6 months in advance, can start building a support mechanism for a lot of those young people to be successful in those classes before they even step foot. And so this is where the planning process and being thoughtful, honestly, a year in advance of those young people actually stepping foot in those classes. I can tell you that 75% of the schools we work with maintain or increase their AP and IB pass rate, as well as their in-class pass scores. Big reason is we're being thoughtful on the front end and creating a really robust plan to support those young people in those classes. One of the things the schools will see when they partner with us is something called a COPA. It's a capacity analysis document that we'll look. It looks like a very fancy Excel spreadsheet. And they'll have all your young people in your school listed in the classes they're going to be enrolling into. That's AP, dual enrollment, ACE, and you're going to look at the percentage of kids of color, low-income students, what's their average GPA. And this is also going to allow us to build supports around those various classes before the young people set foot in those classes as well. We're taking the pressure and a lot of that burden off of your schools and creating that through that survey process to really alleviate a lot of that falls on your counselor. So that's also a big reason why we've seen a lot of an increase or maintaining those significant pass rates. Tracy.
If I could speak to what you're talking about, dual enrollment. One of the reasons, I always say that dual enrollment is an and, not an or. Because there are certain programs, associate programs and whatnot that they can get in high school. So it depends on the student and what their individual path is. But I know what colleges are looking for, especially four-year colleges, are looking for, in addition to a dual enrollment, that they might have an ACE, an AP, and quite honestly, depending on what school you work with, is how difficult that dual enrollment class is. So for my high school, for example, we worked with a community college where the classes were easier in dual enrollment at the community college than they were at our high school. So it is about rigor, and it's not the same in every different school that we work in. So that's one of the reasons why we focus on those international, the IB, the ACE, and the AP, because it doesn't matter whether you're in Columbia, Missouri, Pinellas County, or in Lee County, they're all the same.
That's true, exactly the same. So the readiness and the proficiency is something that I believe Mrs. Morgan hit on something that I always thought, if we look at our kids who have been with us for a longer period of time, they probably are more proficient and more ready, and those who have not been here in our own district for a longer time are the ones who really need the most support. So I'm really excited about what you're doing, and I know that when I had the opportunity to work with Melissa, our motto at that school was success is the only option. And the relationships and the expectations really, really helped. So I think that as we look at the elementary school, like Mrs. Jordan said, oftentimes kids are maybe not behaving too well, and so sometimes they're looked at as something else other than gifted. And, so if they're not, but I think we've come away from that in more recent years. So I think that when we have those kids who have that, they kind of like buck the system. And I just read an article recently that kids who have these opportunities end up being the real successful people. They're not necessarily, they don't fit in. I think probably most of us will say that we were, So I really appreciate this. This is very exciting. And so I'm looking forward to see what comes next. Thank you.
Okay, before we get to the next question, if you'll indulge me for 1 minute, I could answer a couple questions that haven't been answered here, since I have taught both ACE and AP. I can tell you from prior experience in another school district that school districts that have the vertical teaming and start with pre-AP in middle school have better overall results on the AP test. You need to vertical team it from 7th grade through. Most of the AP students take 10th, some 10th, but especially 11th and 12th. The other thing in terms of how difficult things it is, AP, 1 year I was taking graduate classes at FGCU, and as part of my graduate class, I was observing freshman comp, and at the same time, I was teaching English, the composition course, AP composition, to 11th graders. My 11th graders were doing the syllabus I had turned in to the College Board, at least at the points when I was watching, was identical. And I can tell you from my observation, my kids in my class were sharper. So I would say that AP Comp for a medium tier school like FGCU would be equal to freshman comp. And then the other thing that's very important is AP scores from 1 to 5. 5, 4, 3 are passing, although many colleges, upper tier colleges, no longer accept a 3 passing. They want to see the 4 or the 5 for kids to place out. Here's the big difference. ACE scores A, B, C, D, E. D is passing. There are 4 levels of passing. And my personal opinion, and I'm not an expert so much on ACE, I didn't teach it as long as I taught AP, we're doing really well because a D is passing, and that would be like a 2 equivalent if you look at the 5 levels in AP. From the writing perspective, I don't think ACE is as difficult. From the writing perspective, I can't judge science and other, different kind of skills. But, I mean, this is real world in this school district, in this area, and that's a huge difference. So thank you for indulging me on that. I think Ms. Patrica, you had a question.
And that might answer this question. I have a lot of questions that I'll ask for answers to in the board update, please. Are we expanding ACE to the exclusion of IB? So for example, we have IB STEM available to South and West Zone students, but not available to, available to South and East Zone students, but not available to West Zone students. And if a D is passing, that might be why we're expanding ACE, and that makes me a little bit concerned. I get that ACE is picking up steam in Florida, but not every district in Florida has the system of school choice that we have, and I'd like parents to have more IB option choices for their kids as well. What would be the cost of casting a wider net when we're talking about that vertical alignment, casting a wider net for gifted testing in elementary? I don't know what criteria we use right now, but how can we expand that criteria to include kids who aren't necessarily showing achievement, but the very factors that you identified? Will this be rolled out in all high schools? I'd like, if you could, I forget your names, Dr. and Mr. Lincoln, Dr.
Tracy.
Tracy, if you guys could just provide a little bit of development of the idea of the trusted adult, what that looks like for kids who don't have that trusted adult at home, what it does look like for a kid who has a trusted adult at home that doesn't know how to provide this kind of academic support, because that, to me, is one of the huge keys that's been missing. I always say, you know, we only have these kids 7-8 hours a day, and if they don't have someone at home pushing them or supporting them because they don't know how, we can't expect these kids to be successful. Melissa Rober, you're a rock star, and I'm so incredibly grateful for the work that you do for our kids. The only question I would like answered is from you. Mr. Eady, I learned something new today. I didn't realize that the state required us to have systems in place to close the achievement gaps. Is that like a rule from the DOE? Where can I see that? You know, there's pushback in the community about the approval of this program, indicating that kids who come from circumstances of economic disadvantage or minority students don't need anything extra. The fact that it's required by the state was really interesting to me today. So it goes beyond our strategic plan to be an actual state requirement. If you can just shoot me that link or that citation, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
All
And
right,
for
awesome.
context,
And finally, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
just want to say it's through the Office of Equal Educational Opportunity,
Okay,
and it's a part of the district's equity report.
okay.
I will send that to you.
And that's part of the DOE?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Thank you. And finally, I would have supported this when it came in front of us in May. I will definitely be supporting it tonight. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Very much.
Okay, Mrs. Giovanelli.
Also, I sent those questions already to Dr. Savage, so you'll have them. Go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. This is wonderful. This is what we needed to even to have an understanding of it. Honestly, it's just kind of that touchy-feely kind of thing. We do know the need is there, right? So now how do we achieve the goal, right? So it's just it's getting the information and trying to figure it out. Ms. Patrica actually said something that I had wrote down. You know, what does a day look like for a student? So and y'all can send this to all of us, but I would be curious, what's the beginning, how do we encompass everything that you're talking about in the day of that student to get them on that path to success, right? So, for me, everybody thinks that we think of school as everybody has the same opportunity, but we don't realize what they don't have at home, or those things lacking, or the guidance of an adult in their, that their mentor, a trusted adult. There's so many students of all, it's not just Hispanic or Black. We have it. It's everywhere in Lee County, anyways. So I think addressing everyone as that, giving them that opportunity. I still would like to see it early on. So the sooner the better, because how do we know that third grader is going to be AP material, or IB material? That's the thing. So I would like to see, like I said, that's what I wanted to see with the day in the life of the student. Thank you very much.
If you can ask it, we're running almost 30 minutes behind.
It'll be very quick.
So real quick, Ms.
Okay.
Gittens.
And Ms., she just focused on it. That's Ms. Person down there. She just focused on it. I think, and I hear what Ms. Patrica was saying, and I hear it in the community about pushback for programs of this sort. And I just want to put out there to people, look at the fact that there are, when we look at achievement gap, that represents children. There are children in between that gap. So regardless of who or where or what, if we're talking about achievement gap, it just so happens that we can filter it down to the demographics of those children. But for those that want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, look at it as a group of children that need to have more academic achievement. And on that, thank you, Ms. Robery, and can you please share your quote? I love it. Thank you.
Okay, as I said, we're running almost 30 minutes behind. I'm just going to say one thing, well, two things. Thank you for the presentation. That really helps. But I'm going to go on record one more time on the vertical teaming that I feel this district really needs for these classes, because it's all well and good that we grab as many of these high school students as possible through programs like this, but I can't accept that we're having that percentage coming into East Lee County High School and other high schools at that low, low rate. I think where a lot of kids lose it is middle school. Middle school, and we need to do something about that, and I'm been on the fence. I will support this program, but with high reservations on why we're putting all our eggs in the basket of high school. We need to, Ms. Jordan said it, and I think we really need to look more closely at the lower levels. So Dr. Spiro, you wanted to say something?
Just some final comments. Thank you very much everyone for your time today, and thank you for the thoughtful questions. I do want to say we have been working this year on developing a universal screener for gifted, working with Teresa Bowen and her department, because we recognize at the younger ages there needs to be a wider net as well. And yes, we hear you about the vertical articulation in the middle school, which is why we have those conversations happening, and it's developing those systems that we need to have in place to make it happen. We are a very large district, and so making sure that we have a very thoughtfully laid out plan is going to be very important. So we will come back to you with what that looks like as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to call for a 7-minute break, and then we come back and we have almost another hour of presentations. So if the next presentations would get set up while we're taking our break.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're about to get underway again, so if all of you would be seated, please, appreciate that. We are now at a presentation from Business Services, and we have Ms. Kelly Lecter, the budget director, and Dr. Desamores, will you be participating as well?
I will. Kelly's going to drive for me.
So they're at opposite ends,
Yes.
but they're both going to be participating, and of course, Dr. Desamore is our chief.
Acting superintendent.
What does it constantly say on this? They list you as chief academic officer.
Well, I'm not.
Changing roles now. She's financial business services.
I appreciate the vote of confidence, though.
Okay, so ladies, take it away, please.
Wonderful. All right, so yesterday we had a conversation with you about just the general budget, preliminary budget. Today, we really want to focus in on capital. There's a lot of information here with a lot of numbers on the page, and we're hoping to kind of break this conversation down in a format that's going to be a little bit easier to digest probably than just looking through all of those forms with all of those numbers. So let's talk about the capital plan a little bit. In terms of what the goal of the plan is supposed to do is to address the priorities of the district. And those include safety, the providing of new seats or student capacity seats, addressing maintenance at our schools, technology, and the appropriate upkeep of all of our assets. We expend literally billions on our assets over time, and we need to make sure that we're putting in the appropriate resources in order to keep that investment. It also has to provide for financial responsibility of the district. Any capital plan that you will see will come before you that's either 5 or 10 years long, because the nature of the projects are typically longer, and then you have to do a longer term plan for each of those things that you're building, remodeling, or enhancing. So that plan needs to be long term so that you can see the effects of that over a period of time. And then it has to be viable, that leaves the district poised to meet as many capital needs as feasible, given the assumptions that we make today. Because it's a long-term plan, we are basing it on a set of assumptions. Those assumptions could or could not come to pass, which is one of the reasons why we continually evaluate and update the plan as is necessary. So all the plans that we'll be sharing with you are based on the assumptions that we are making today. We're going to share those assumptions with you, all right? So based on those goals, we have our capital plan review committee and our capital plan committee that evaluates all the information that we have, including the revenue that we project, the new schools that we need, everything that's been requested for all other capitals of capital, information on needed maintenance at our schools, and projected debt payments in order to create a responsible capital plan that appropriately addresses our priorities. Our capital committee, after going through the process of trying to address all of these priorities while balancing the plan, came down to several different versions of the plan, and those versions are what you had in your backup, and which you have in your backup, and we want to explain these versions to you today and get some feedback and decisions from the board on which plan you advocate, or which options, I guess I should say, you advocate. At the end of the conversation, we hope that we're all on the same page in terms of the structure of the 10-year capital plan, what we will accomplish based on today's assumptions that we're making, and how we'll stay in communication in the future about possible needed changes to the plan. So that plan really starts with revenue, and as you see here in your PowerPoint, there are a particular set of assumptions that we made about each of the categories of revenue that we have in our plan. So for the capital millage, which is property tax, it's estimated in each of the versions, and the revenue in each of the different versions does not change. The revenue is the same, and the capital millage is estimated just for the current year, for FY22, at $148 million, and that's we're looking at inside of the 10-year plan anywhere between a 3 and a 5% increase in property tax during that 5 years. In this current year, we had close to a 7% increase in our property tax millage. We have within any plan, right, any financial plan, but especially our 10-year capital plan, we make sure that we are probably on the conservative side in terms of our revenue estimates. And just as a fundamental basis of accounting, you need to be, right, in order to make sure that your plan is viable. It's easier to spend more money than it is to have to take something away from your plan, okay? So that's what you see there. Our sales tax revenue, and you'll see in the 10-year plan, it goes out into, for the next 7 years because that is the first sunset of the first 10 years. Estimated for next year at $87.3 million, and there's an increase of 3 to 4% sales tax in those remaining years, and then you'll see where it phases out of the plan in fiscal year 29 as a partial year, which would be the last year that we're collecting those unless something different happens at that time. And then you also see the revenue numbers for impact fees, and those are also estimated at about 3% increases in future years. So Kelly, if you would, real quickly, just pull up like a scenario 1 of the plan. And I just wanted to show within the plan itself where you find those revenue numbers. So they're at the top of the first page of the plan. All the revenues for 5 and 10 years are listed there. And then you can just kind of see what the pattern is on the increases and how those revenues kind of flow into the plan itself. All right. So now going back to the PowerPoint. Now, based on the growth in the planning department projections, with the help of our consultants in Davis Demographics, they have projected the schools that we need and what areas we need them in over the next 10 years. And Ms. Gittens, I heard your question yesterday about, well, I really want to dig into those, right? I really want to dig into like the growth numbers, the growth patterns that we're using in order to, get this list that we have here together. I believe that's the question you asked yesterday, correct?
Yes, it is. I know that, I've looked at different districts and how they come up with their plans. And it's all in the way that you look at growth capacity and fish and all of that together. And there are different algorithms, and I'd just like to know which one we use.
Yes, absolutely. And for purposes of time today, we were going to go over just the general structure of the capital plan and just tell you what is in here based on what we have, and then set up another time to specifically dig into those numbers that you were asking about and kind of the methodology behind all that. The personnel and operations that we needed to have that discussion are not here today, so we thought it was best placed then very soon follow up to this.
Okay, and I appreciate that. My only concern is that as we move forward based on a particular data method, and we are, allocating funds to that without knowing how we got there. That's my concern.
Right, and I think I'll be addressing that concern a little bit later on in the presentation when I'm talking about what our next steps are for future and how we handle possible changes to the capital plan. But we will be, I think we can come back to you soon enough with that detailed information in order to, to mitigate that concern, though.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So they've projected the schools that we need over the next 10 years. Now, each of the versions of the plan have the same schools written into them, and you see the list here, the schools in the plan over the 10 years. There is some slight differences in timing, which we'll explain in the appropriate versions. Now, some of the important information on these schools are many of the new schools and remodels which we project to accommodate student growth past the next 10 years. So there's, a significant number of schools that are built in here. There's an over $900 million investment in the cost of these buildings. So that represents a significant investment of the available capital plan funds. And it will be even more expensive, most likely, given projected cost escalations in the near future, which I'm going to talk about in just a little bit. So this is a significant investment, but with the buildings in this plan, and assuming that our student growth projections are accurate, the portables will be gone in most places by 2026, that is fiscal year 2026. Not that they will never be used again, as they may have a place for temporary solutions, but no plan for permanency past fiscal year 2026 in most places, given the number of schools that you see built into this plan. So now, based on that information, I want to dive fully into version 1 of the plan and break that down for you, and then we'll go into the other versions. So Kelly, if you pop into the plan itself, scenario 1. Thank you. Now, the first page of the plan is a good overview of the general categories in the plan and the overall numbers in the financial position. So, and then the remaining pages provide the detail behind it. So in version 1 of the plan, as noted on the first page, you see there's revenue on the top, and then there's the general categories of expenditures on the bottom of that first page. In version 1, we have a 5% reserve at the end of 5 years. And Kelly, if you can just show on the first page where we're showing that, at the very bottom, you see where it has that 5% reserve there. And a 7.7% reserve at the end of the 10 years. Now remember, this was important to note because in the past, we have always tried to keep a reserve of between 8 and 10% when we're talking long-term capital. So this is a difference then that we must be on the same page about. So in order to get to an 8% reserve, we would need to reduce the plan by $63 million somewhere within those years 1 to 5 in order to get to that 8 to 10% reserve. So as we settle on our long-term plan, then we just have to know what is it that we are trying to accomplish in terms of the goals, and then know what that might sacrifice as well in terms of reserves or other things, right? So, so just a thought, and we'll come back to that in a little bit. So flipping to page 2 of the plan here, you see the breakdown of all the different school construction projects, new or remodel, by zone and the prices associated with each. So on the PowerPoint, you saw just all the schools listed. On the second page of this plan, you see this is broken down by east, west, and south zones, and then each of the construction projects that you saw listed on that page of the PowerPoint, and all the prices associated. So it's important things to point out here is that this version of the plan places the Innovation School, where you see listed in the East Zone section, at a $78 million cost, which at this point is the projection of kind of a prototype K-8. It would not include special design aspects that have previously been discussed with FGCU, as I believe it was Ms. Morgan brought up yesterday. So there's a couple of different versions here that we have to talk about and determine which way we're going. So note that incorporating these costs without any additional revenue would mean having to reduce something else in the plan in order to make it fit, as you'll see in other versions of the plan. So as we started out here, the reserve balance in this plan was already low at 5%. So anything that adds to the cost in this plan really can be accommodated without affecting something else. Cypress Middle is also listed here. It's shown at a $72 million cost, which reflects the current estimate of building back a middle school. Other options have been discussed, which would add to that cost, and you'll see that in other versions of the plan as well. And then in this version, the East Technical Center is planned to open in the second 5 years of the plan, as you see demonstrated there, at a cost of $80 million as built into the plan. And then other options are shown in the other versions, including changing the timing of that opening. Right now, it's built in scenario 1 in that second of the 10 years, the second 5 years of the 10 years. Yes?
So you're saying that we would have to remove a project, but that assumes we can't find revenue from another source. Through partnership with FGCU or private?
Well, that is
private-public?
correct, but I will address that in a later version.
Okay, good.
That's true. That's why I said without any other revenue.
Understood.
was the
Understood.
assumption
Thank
there.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then flipping to page 3 of the plan here, this lists all of the other general categories of what we call small capital projects that are included in the plan. And Kelly, if you go to that other handout there that lists the breakdown of each of these categories. Right. So this handout in your packet, and it's up on the screen right now, this is the one that actually lists all of the specific projects underneath every general category that's listed on page 3. So this is all of the very nitty-gritty detail behind what you see on page 3 of the capital plan.
I'm sorry, can you tell us the name of that particular document that relates to page 3 of this?
It's project breakdown.
Okay, now, we're still working to evaluate all of these to determine if we have been comprehensive and if there's anything that needs to be added or taken away. So we will continue to work on that between now and the final budget approval in September. But that's the meat of everything that's behind 3. And also, which includes an even further breakdown, which isn't included here, but we do have inside of those each of those specific projects, which locations will be getting those projects in the given years. Now, we don't have those locations broken out over all 10 years of the plan. Generally, we have the first or second year, but that's part of what we're continuing to work on, is being able to assign specific schools to specific years of the plan, and each of those categories you see in the project breakdown. And our maintenance and operations area continues to work with us on making that happen. All right, and so then going back to scenario 1 then of the plan, the final page of the plan details the debt payments in each year. Now, this is a very important part of the decisions that we have to make together, because scenario 1 assumes that we will take out COPS for all of our new construction projects. It's about $856 million, and that we'll pay back $457 million of that within the short time period that we still have sales tax. So this is not.
Can you say that one more time?
I will say that one more time, and if you pull up that COPS breakdown, because this is another handout that you have in there that is called, I believe, COPS breakdown, that talks about this in the different versions of the scenarios, right? So scenario 1 assumes that we will take out COPS for all of our new school construction, and that we will pay, which is about $856 million, and that we will pay back $457 million of that within the short time period that we still have sales tax revenue. So that's 7 more years in which we'll be paying back over half of that COPS revenue. But that is not to say, though, that we'll exclusively pay this debt back with sales tax money. We'll be using a combination of sales tax in addition to other funding sources like impact fees and property taxes. But that will leave us with about $400 million of new debt that we took on during the initial sales tax period. And I say that, I think it's an important conversation because, number one, we need to be financially responsible with the debt that we take on and preserve our ability to pay that debt without sacrificing too much of our other priorities in the long term, right? And then also because there was, I think, a hope when we first got our additional sales tax revenue that potentially we would not need to take on any new revenue, any new debt. But with the amount of schools that you see built into this plan, there's really not a way that we could find to feasibly do that without, like we said, sacrificing too many of the other things that we're basically spending all of our revenue on building new seats to the detriment of all of these other categories in the plan that we specifically knew we needed to address. So the debt conversation is an important one just to make sure that we are being financially responsible and making the decisions that we believe we need to make to set us up well for the future. So I've gone through all of the highlight, and as you see in this COPS detail or breakdown, it kind of shows you for each scenario. So when you look at that version 1, it shows you each of the schools that we're going to have to take out borrowing for, in which year we have to borrow for, and then how long that borrowing will be. It's either going to be in the short window or it's going to be in the long 20-year window. Okay, so that's the breakdown. So that's kind of the highlights of scenario 1 and how you kind of relate these back to each of the numbers basically in the plan, and the differences, or kind of how we broke down the numbers and balanced this version 1 of the plan. So I'll pause to see if I have any questions related to that, and then kind of go into the alternate scenarios to kind of point out the differences for you.
Okay, and I'd like to limit it to one question or comment apiece at this point because, well, TikTok, you know. TikTok, we like to eat dinner, but we also, this is very, very important. So we're going to take,
yes,
we're going to take time for it. All right, Ms. Fisher, you have a question?
Yes, I do. So as we look at the projections in this version of the plan, there is a potential that during this next 7-year period, we may have changes one way or the other in construction costs and material costs.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then the other thing is, if we were to try to get our half mil back, how would that millage impact this? Because I know it's not only reserved to capital, right? So.
Well, are you talking about our half in terms of the 2 mil that we used to have related to the 1.5?
Yes.
So actually that 0.5 is specifically related to capital.
Oh, okay.
So if there was change in legislation and we did receive it back, then that would be increasing the amount of revenue that you see here in the plan.
Yes, okay.
Mm-hmm. And then, yes, it is true that changes could increase or decrease the project amounts. And so after we get through going the scenarios, I have a discussion that I want to have with the board related to how we deal with when we see those changes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Giovanelli, do you have a question? No. Okay, Ms. Jordan.
Thank you. My question is, so if the school has requested like new carpet, is that going to be on here, on this particular one?
Yes, so one of the...
That list?
Yeah, that's the list. So one of the categories that you'll see here in that project breakdown is flooring. And so flooring at each of the individual schools, that would be the project under which that school would get the new carpet. And then, as I said here, we've got the first, and Kelly's kind of highlighting it here in terms of where you see it on this detailed project list. And then we are continuing to work on the breakdown of exactly what that means as to which schools are in each individual year.
Right, so that's why I was looking, because I didn't see like specific schools. And I know that I was talking to someone and they were talking about, I think it was Sunshine actually, and how they're taping the carpets, they're doing all of that. I was like, okay, so where is that? Because I'm like, I know there's a list that dictates this.
There is, so you don't see it here, our individual schools that are under each one, because that one just gets a little bit unwieldy to show in a presentation type format.
Gotcha.
But what we have, we certainly can provide it to you. What we had envisioned for next steps for this was, and as I said, we don't have that breakdown every year 1 through 10 in the plan. No, still working on that based on gathering information about the condition of all these different categories at all locations. But what we do have is, at least for the next couple years, what's built in there. And after we knew that we had board support on whatever version of the plan, then we were going to take this and share with principals so that they could see what's on the plan and they know what's coming for which locations and when. So they would have that information.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Gittens, do you have a question?
Yes. Okay, so I'm trying to wrap my head around what you were saying about taking out the 8 million in COPS. So the way I see it is that we have COPS that were taken out for sales tax now for current projects, correct?
For the current projects we have going, yes.
Okay. So with this capital plan scenario 1, we would have to take out 8 million more in COPS to do this particular scenario, correct?
Well, no, what I was saying was that all of the school projects completely are 856 million. That's how much COPS we would be taking out. We would be paying back over the course, the rest of the course of the sales tax. I think it was 457 million. That leaves about $400 million of remaining debt after our sales tax period is over.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is, we have the sales tax. We have taken out COPS. What is that number now?
The COPS that we've taken out since sales tax has been on just a few projects. It's been on the Lehigh Senior Addition, on Gateway High School, and Middle School MM.
And what I'm trying to get at is, if we took out whatever that number is, let's say it was 500 million that we took out for that first time.
The initial debt.
Then the initial time. Then if we were to select scenario 1, and we would have to take out an additional 856.
Right.
Added to what we've already taken out initially for those projects, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you're saying paying back the 400,000 by the time the 7 years is up, that would be 400,000, not of 856, but of 856 plus what we already have taken out.
It would. It was 457 million is what we'd be
Million,
paying back in that time frame. And so, yes, it would not be just of the 856. It would also be of the additional that we borrowed
That
for
we've already taken
MM, Triple M, and Lehigh Addition.
Okay.
But also, we had, I'd have to add to that 457 million, I'd be saying that we'd be paying back, because we had intended to pay those as well within the short period.
My point being, I hope you're following me here. In other words, scenario 1 is going to increase what we have to pay back by this amount. Scenario 2, what I would like to see is scenario 2 is going to increase or decrease it by this amount. Because in the end, in 7 years, the pump dries up.
Yeah.
To pay that back. So I'm just saying, we need to look at each of these scenarios as to where it's going to put us in 7 years. Where will we be?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, correct. And I think that COPS breakdown, that's exactly what that's trying to do, right? So at the end of that, when you go down to the end of the page, it gives you the numbers at the end of the day, right, in each of the different scenarios. And then the plan itself breaks down what that really means in terms of debt payments, right? So 856 million, what does that mean in terms of the debt payments? The plan itself breaks that down, so we know estimated how much debt or how much mortgage payment basically that's going to be in each of those given years.
Okay, yeah, because to me, that's the major thing.
Right.
Where is our break even, and where will we be in 7 years if it is not reinstituted?
Right.
So
And
that's
yeah.
why I'm very concerned about how conservative we're going to be during those 7 years.
Right, and that's what each
And
of these...
how will we prioritize what we do in those 7 years?
Agreed, and that's what each of these scenarios is in attempting to do, right? In that, in scenario 1, this shows you the COPS, how many are going to be short-term, how many are going to be long-term, right? Or how much, I guess I should say. And then when you go to scenario 1, that gives you the breakdown in terms of the numbers. So how much our debt payment's going to be in each year, and the bottom line, after everything else has been built into the plan, where does that leave us? At a 5% reserve at the end of 5 years, right? And then at that 7% or 7.7% at the end of the 10 years. So those are kind of the three different information points in terms of looking at it.
Okay, and my last thing is, when I look at this on the agenda and all of these things are laid out, it is confusing to me. I don't know if everyone else gets it, but in other words, this particular document is to measure these documents. And this particular document measures these. Because when they're all together, I'm not sure I'm following what you're doing.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's why we were trying to take it, you know, in each scenario, in each version, really break them down step by step today. So I'm hoping that's helping with like connecting the dots between what the documents are and what really they mean. Am I getting there?
No, you are, and I think what would have helped me is if I had printed them all out. I see Miss Morgan was smart enough to do that, and she's still flipping papers, so
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So I know that it's not, you know, it's not easy to go through and interpret all this, which is why we're kind of taking a little bit more time to really do a breakdown here, because we really wanted to ensure that everybody understood where all this is coming from and together what it really means.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm holding my questions till we get to the choices we have to make.
Okay.
Okay, so continue, please, Dr. Desamours.
Okay, so now let's flip to scenario 2. Kelly is way ahead of me. Again, as I was saying, the revenue assumptions are the same. So these are the differences in this version of the plan. In this version of the plan, you see that the 5-year reserve is lower than what it was in scenario 1. It's 3.84% at the end of 5 years and then 6.49 at the end of 10. We would need to reduce this plan by $93 million in the years 1 through 5 if we wanted to get to an 8% reserve, so that's a big chunk. Now, the difference in this plan is that Innovation School price is increased to $90 million, which at this point in time, as we know with the estimates, includes the additional items that had originally been discussed, right? So that's one difference. The Cypress Middle rebuild is priced higher at $96 million, which could include a reconfiguration of that campus and maybe adding more grade levels there. The East Technical Center construction, the timing of that is moved, so you see that in years 3 through 5 in this plan. And then this plan is a little bit different in terms of the total new COPS now is higher because those project costs are higher. And then therefore we've got more remaining debt, $429 million, after the expiration of our current sales tax period, as opposed to what you saw in version 1. All right, so therein lies the differences in scenario 2, which is basically the increasing of those costs for those projects, changing the timing of one of the projects, which means taking on additional debt, and it also meant the reduction of the reserve that was already on the very low side in scenario 1. So now you go to the alternate scenario 2, right, which goes to the point that Ms. Morgan was making yesterday and that Ms. Patrica started to make today. Even if we increase the cost of those projects, what happens if money comes from other sources for those? So if that's the case, that's what scenario 2 is showing. It's showing Innovation School still priced in the plan at the cost of a regular, of a prototype K-8, but we're considering that we would be getting other funding sources from other places in order to fund the difference, right?
Is that included in this? No, right?
That is, well, what we did was just reduce the cost back of Innovation School on the plan, right? Saying that the district is only funding $78 million, but we could be getting that additional $14 million, I think it was, from other funding, or $12 million from other funding sources outside of the school district. So that's what we're saying here. And then also reducing that cost of the East Technical Center, anticipating that we might be getting other funding sources from other sources for that as well, state, legislative, or business partners, as we had discussed before. And so that really is the difference in this alternate scenario, and that is why you see the reserve amount come up some, right, from scenario 2, because we were anticipating some additional, revenue sources that would be helping to fund some of the projects that we discussed here. And then because of those additional funding sources, you see that remaining debt at about $369 million at the end of the short period of, sales tax expiration, and that reserve again at about 4 and 7%.
Okay, can I ask one quick
Okay,
question?
can we,
Oh,
you have one more scenario?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, we'll ask our questions after and maybe comment on, so go ahead, Dr. Bishop.
So scenario 3, basically you'll see that reserve number shoots way up. You see at the end of the scenario 3, at the end of the 5 years, reserve is 13%, and 10-year reserve is almost 12%. And the real difference here is we've got some of the projects priced higher. The Innovation School and the Cypress Rebuild are at the higher amounts. The East Technical Center is moved into the years 3 through 5. But the difference here is that we have really spread out the debt. At this point, all of it is spread out over 20 years. We're not anticipating paying any of that back short, right, or in the short-term time period, which is the reason why, so we're not spending so much on debt. So that's why you see that reserve pop way up. However, I just have to say from a financial, this is an option, but from a financial perspective, I would not recommend it. It leaves us with more debt at the end of our short sales tax period than what we really have even right now. And, over that time period of 20 years, it's going to cost, an additional over $100 million because of the cost of carrying that debt for a longer period of time. So I would not recommend it, but we felt like we had to put it together as a scenario to show we do have options, and these are our options, right? So this is what we're talking here. So Ms. Morgan was asking, okay, I'll wait to see what decisions we need to make or what we need to comment on. So let me just make a couple final notes and then I'll throw it out for the discussion for you all. So in each of these scenarios, I just want to say it's important to note that we accomplish several things in each of these scenarios. In each of these scenarios, we accomplish almost the complete reduction of portables for use across the district, almost. There will still be some limited use, but we almost get there. We have budgeted in each of the plans $635 million for maintenance projects, and that's an increase of almost 2.5 times the amount that was expended in maintenance of our schools over the previous 10 years. So this is important to note because, as you all know, one of the major things that we noted inside the goal of getting our additional revenue source in sales tax is that we would be picking that up. And this is 2.5 times over the next 10 years. We've got $65 million or so in there for security projects, and then we've got $303 million in there for technology, which is a significant increase over the $185 million we spent over the previous 10 years. But that establishes and keeps us on the 1-to-1 ratio that we had initially, that we've kind of embarked on within this past year and a half. It keeps us there. So now, and one of the things that I think we need to talk about is cost escalations in terms of ongoing decisions, right? So Kelly, if you could, I know I'm putting you all over the place now, but if you could pull up the capital plan decisions document, because one of the things that we need to do is determine as a group how we're going to handle potential, I'll call them cost changes, as Ms. Giovanelli said, or I think it was Ms. Fisher, could be escalation or could be down. We won't complain about it going down at all. We're just going to take what we get and be happy with that. But we do have anticipated cost escalations, as Mr. Rickenbacker has warned us about now several times. That might necessitate us coming back to the board before proceeding with the project if its cost is significantly more than what we projected in our plan. So we anticipate here kind of this decision tree or, this set of things that we have to think about, right? So we need to have, I think, more decision points going forward on a project. So if we proceed, once we are, within our major construction projects, we always do a phase 1 and a phase 2. And that phase one is kind of the pre-work of the project, the engineering, the architecture. And as part of that phase one, we also go for a GMP, or a guaranteed maximum price. So once we receive that guaranteed maximum price, what do we do with it? So these projects, let's say for Innovation School, we have it on the plan as $78 million. We go for that GMP, and then that comes back, and that project is now at its base level, right, just for the prototype, the project is $93 million instead of $78. That's a bad scenario, but I'm just saying it could happen based on what we've seen with cost escalations. And if that's the case, what do we do? So we're asking the board, because I do believe because of this environment of cost escalations, we're in an environment where we're gonna have to bring it back to you and say, all right, this is what we have right now. Do we proceed, do we postpone, or do we cancel? If we proceed, this is gonna cost us $14 million more than what we had originally anticipated. We know that based on our numbers, we're gonna have to sacrifice something in order to accommodate the extra cost, and collectively, are we okay with that? Is the return on investment worth it? And in that environment, is there a margin of increase that would be acceptable to you automatically for us to move forward, right? Or we may say, let's postpone this for a while. Let's see. We don't think that maybe we want to try to ride out the wave of this cost escalation. So let's postpone. And if we postpone, what's the consequence of that? There will probably be some additional cost. What is it? And then when will we revisit that decision if we postpone? And then the same thing, if we cancel, what's our consequence? And are we all willing to live with that? And so I think in this environment, and based on all of these projects that we have in here and the delicate balance of the numbers, we anticipate and talked about it as a capital committee that it's probably necessary to go into this mode to come back and discuss each, just to determine, are we moving forward if the conditions of the project financially are substantially different than what we had assumed when we put together the plan. So we just wanted to discuss that. And so now, based on that, we just need some consensus on these important decisions about what scopes we are going to assume for now on projects that we have had discussion on before, like Innovation School, like Cypress Middle, potentially like some of our larger tech projects. What are we going to assume in terms of going out for a GMP for now? What reserve percentages are we okay with? Each of the plans, and you saw different reserve percentages in there, and this will determine what other items, if any, need to be reduced from the plan. We need to determine what debt levels the board in general is comfortable with. And then also, we need thoughts on the timing of the projects in each of the plans. We have timing assumed in each of these, and so specifically, just related to the new technical center, because we did in version 1 have it pushed out a little bit more. There was a different conversation in one of the board briefings that we had previously, so we want to make sure that we're on the same page with timing. But the more time we have, the more time that gives us for opportunities to raise additional money if we want to do so. Right, so those are kind of what we're laying out in terms of the decisions that we need to make and be on the same page with. So I will leave it at that and wait for the discussion.
Okay, so what, since we don't have all the time in the world on this, but it's very important, what decisions, direct us on exactly what kind of comments that you want from each person.
So let's talk first on the reserve. Now I could.
Okay, well, and you know what? Why don't you, since you know specifically what you're going to need, if you would, go ahead and direct.
Just go through each one?
Yes, you direct the people that are ready to speak on it.
Okay.
Please.
All right, good. I'm happy to do that. So let's talk first about the reserve. So what reserve percentages are we okay with? And we know that we've typically in the past dealt with an 8 to 10% reserve. But you see the numbers on here, and many of the all the projects that we have built in, once we kind of went through this process with our capital committee, felt pretty strongly about all of the categories in the amounts that we have in. And as you see, it's going to take significant reductions to get down to what would have been our typical reserve percentage of 8 to 10%. Scenario 1 represents the lower band of what financially where we thought we should sit. I have to say I don't advocate going any lower than that. So looking at like a scenario 2 or 2A, I don't advocate going that low. I think at that point we're just going to really have to reduce some things out of there, but we just know what the impact is. But we wanted to, get some feel from the board whether, how you felt about deviating from the usual 8 to 10%. Going a little bit lower, knowing that we had these goals that we're trying to track and hit over that next 10-year plan. But also knowing that any deviation from the numbers that we have here means that we've got to come back and be like, something's got to go, right? There's no, we've got a little cushion here for a reserve, we can put that in and we're still hitting our cushion. There is none of that. It's like, okay, if something else comes up or something's more expensive than what we thought, then there has to be a conscious decision about what it is that does not happen. So I'll pause there. Ms. Gittens?
Okay, my question is I'm trying to get back to the one with the questions. I got so much stuff opened up here.
Mm-hmm. Are you talking about in the PowerPoint?
The capital project go, no-go decisions.
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. In my mind, I think visually. So if we're going to look at each project and say, do we do this? What I would like to see is the comparison using this in some type of a spreadsheet, having a line underneath it or whatever, project, whatever, what the additional cost would be, what's the consequence, cost of postponement, what is the cost or whatever cancellation. Then, to me, I can kind of look at it and prioritize.
Right. Yes. I agree. And I think with each project, as we get to that, that's exactly what you would see. I think what we were looking for in terms of this is consensus that the board felt that we needed this process.
Oh, I would definitely say yes, because otherwise it's too big of a chunk to swallow.
Right.
And you can't, and we have to put apples and apples and oranges and oranges.
Yeah, correct. So we weren't trying to evaluate any particular project with this today. What we were just trying to put forward is, this is the procedure we would use moving forward to communicate capital plan changes with you in major fluctuations in pricing over what we had originally projected.
Right. Okay. If I received something like this, and the questions answered in dollars and in time, and how it would affect our reserves in the end, then that would be what I would need. Yes. When I mentioned when Mr. Rickenbacker was talking before and talking about the increase in supplies and materials, this is what I was talking about. Where is our cutoff point? At what point do we say we can't do this? So this is perfect. I thank you for doing it and listening. Appreciate it.
Okay, all right, good. And that's what, that conversation that day is what led us to that point, because we heard you and it's like, okay, that's right. Especially in these, we're looking at maybe some extreme. We need to determine how we move forward in that environment.
Thank you so much for doing this. Appreciate
Any other thoughts related to that? Ms. Morgan?
So I think I'd like to start at the other end. I think what I'd like to see is we agree on what we want to do with respect to reserves. And then you set up this proceed, postpone, cancel based on maintaining a reserve that we have agreed to as a board. And then the second step would be, the second cut would be debt and how much debt we want to see. So I would work at it that way, rather than starting with the plans and numbers in and out. What is that, the bottom line? Let's start out with the bottom line and work back.
Okay, good. Let's start out with reserve percentages then. Each of the different scenarios, you saw what they left us. And so scenario 1 leaves us at 5 and 7.7. What is the board's thought about where that puts us?
Okay, can you repeat that? So
I can.
our
So
reserves with scenario one would be 5.
a little over 5% or at the end of the 5 years, and 7.7% at the end of the 10. So again, usually that band that we tried to stay within was 8 to 10%. This obviously is lower than that. So we wanted to make sure to have a pointed conversation to make sure that, you know, are you collectively as a board comfortable with those percentages, or do we need to do some further work to reduce? Ms. Jordan?
Isn't there like a best practice of what those reserves should be at all times?
That's that 8 to 10%.
Always 8 to 10.
Benchmark, right? There is nothing written anywhere, so it's not like it's a statute or anything like that. It's just our benchmark of what we have tried to use, and what there is just different recommendations from different places to use as far as that band or that range. As far as long-term would be 8 to 10%. This scenario falls short of that, right? So, Ms. Morgan?
So would it be possible to see a comparison of the impact between the 5 to 7.7 and starting at 8 and staying at 8? I think we need to understand.
Yeah, so that's about 63 million.
Okay.
Right? It's about 63 million in years 1 through 5 that we would need to be reducing out to get to that 8% reserve.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we would have to do in that scenario in order to get there.
Okay. Wow.
And I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that we, just financially as a group, as we were looking at the different things and the projects that we needed to accomplish, it wouldn't be, when you come out to look at the 10% scenario, we're at 7.69%, so we're close to the 8 when you get out to your 10-year mark. I know 10 years is a long time, right? So a lot of things happen within that 10 years, but we're very close to that at the 10-year mark. We felt like, okay, we would be okay within the parameters of what this scenario 1 shows, but that would be why it would be so important to basically come back and make sure that we are accounting for every variation of the projections that have been made in this plan. There is no room for error there, right? Something has to go, unless revenue comes in more favorably than what we had predicted, and that's something different. Ms. Fisher?
Yes, thank you. So then where are we right now with our reserve?
Right now, this second, I believe that is about 9.5%.
Okay, and historically, haven't we been a little bit higher with our reserves
Yes.
than most other districts?
Historically, yes.
Okay, okay. So, so what would be the average reserve that districts have?
Well, hard to say. I don't want to say off the top of my head, but
Lower than what, than
but
09?
I don't think it is uncommon to see districts that are out there with reserves at a level of 5%, out of the reserves of a level of 6%. That is not uncommon.
Okay. So, so then we'd still be all right if we did this, because we'd be close to the 8% at the end of the 20 years, if we did all of these projects and there were no unexpected increases.
Or any of the increases then come with a subsequent decrease, is
Right.
what it is, right? So if we determine we're going to go forward, then something then has to be decreased. So as long as we are diligent in doing that,
Right.
and, we adjust when we find our assumptions aren't what they should, what we thought they would be, or reality doesn't match up with what our assumptions were, as long as we're doing that, then we should track out to almost the 8% by the time that 10-year span now is over.
Okay, great. So then, and I don't know if we could just take a quick look then at the other two scenarios. I don't think the third scenario left us in good shape at all.
Well, the third scenario did leave us with, considerably higher reserves, but the issue is you have that ongoing debt for a longer period of
Exactly.
time.
Yeah, right, right.
And so,
Which in the long
in
run.
the long run, ends up costing you much more, where you might have been able to We don't necessarily advocate for that because we think we can strike a better balance between paying up front or paying along the way in debt. I think there's a better balance than scenario 3.
Okay. So then I think I'm okay with scenario 1 at this point. Because this is a work in progress, and we can experience either decreases or increases, and we can also maybe decide at some point to solicit other revenue, or it may be offered to us in the forms of partnerships. Okay.
Very good. Ms. Morgan?
So I'm not comfortable with scenario 1 because it doesn't have the technical college. Now, I do believe that the amount we've built in financially into the technical college, you know, the entire cost, as I've said earlier, is not our burden to bear. But I would like to see this laid out, showing some cost for the technical college in scenario 1. I don't care whether it's 15 million or...
And there is, in scenario 1, that's here on page 2, where you see it, East Technical Center.
Yeah.
It's the bottom of that first block. So
5 million.
No. And then go on out to the next 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying I want it in years 1 to 5.
You want it pushed up in timing.
Exactly. Yeah,
Which is fine.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize. I didn't make that
Is
clear.
that shown on the next scenarios, though? Isn't it on the next one where
It
it
is,
moves
but-
it up to 5?
But it changes the
Numbers,
the
right.
reserves and the debt.
Right.
So
Okay, and not to say that there can't be what we end up deciding on could be scenario 4, right? Which is, you're okay with ending up with this reserve, but you want to push up the timing of the tech center, which may mean that we need to, you know, do some flipping or adjusting of other things.
Exactly.
But to get to the end point, and that's okay. So if you're saying you're good with those percentages, but you want to push up the timing to get all that tech center open between years 1 and 5, then that's another scenario we could work on. Okay. That's cool.
that's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I apologize because I knew that the tech center was on there, but I didn't realize it was in the second 5 years. And I would agree with Mrs. Morgan that that's something that we really can't wait on because of the demands of the workforce and the business community. We really need that East Technical School done and look at some of the issues with the old building that the Public Service Academy is in, and there might be some potential for some revenue there because it services the 5-county area, and the law enforcement agencies may be willing to.
Okay, could I,
Okay, Ms.
Dr.
Vaughn?
Desamore, I'm going to take a little bit back to expedite things because we still have another presentation than the other closing things. Can we assume that, can we get a consensus on scenario 3? Knock it out?
How'd you get to 3 already?
I
Because
think she's
that
going
was the
process
one-
of elimination, right?
Pulling out.
Doing process of elimination, so we're not all over the place.
Yep.
We can expedite. So is there anybody who is in favor? That was the one that Dr. Desamore's actually didn't highly recommend. Is that correct?
Least favorite.
Correct, I would not.
All right, so.
And can I ask
Can
just
we-
one
can we just
qualifying
have-
question?
Can we just, let's just have on that, eliminate number 3 from the discussion. Thumbs up, thumbs down?
I have a question to ask about it. So,
Well,
okay,
What-
go
what's the-
ahead.
What's the
Go ahead.
question? I'm
That's all right.
going with
That's all
what's
right.
already been presented
Okay.
and what Dr. Desamore has
That's fine. Keep going.
recommended. I know, Ms. Patrica, you weren't here
I
for the
wasn't here,
discussion.
so I'm going to reserve, and I will get to you with my consensus after I watch the part of the meeting I missed.
That's great.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not refusing to vote, I just want to,
Right,
I want to hear the
I
discussion.
understand, it's consensus anyway, and I am just trying to expedite.
I understand that.
In number 1, we've heard Ms. Morgan express that She likes one, except that she wanted to see more money expended, or more, how would you put it, more funding for the
The timing
technical.
pushed up, basically.
All right, and I think,
Yeah.
Ms. Fisher, did you say basically the same thing?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about number one and how acceptable it is if we made it a 1A or whatever and added in more funding for the technical school. Ms. Gittens, do you have anything on?
My overall, to short circuit what I would like to see are three things. One, the technical center and the portables removed in 5 years.
Right.
Both things in 5 years, and a reserve between 7 and 8. That's all I need.
Okay, could that fit in?
That's what I'm asking.
Could that fit in scenario one, Dr.
Well, can I-
Desmos?
What I was asking her, what I wanted to see, she gave on scenario one, the 5-year percentage, the 10-year percentage, and the amount, like the 63 million. So you gave us the 5% for 5 years, 7% for 10 years, and we would be short by 63 million. Can you please give us that for the other two? And that way I would have an idea of where I'm at.
Yeah, I sure can. So in the PowerPoint itself, just to go back to, each of the ones in plan scenario was scenario 1, scenario 2, it shows you that, right? So right here. So in scenario 1, we'd have a 5-year and a 10-year reserve of what you see listed here. Now, my apologies for this typo, and I'll get you an updated PowerPoint. For scenario 1, you need a reduction of 63 million. I said 93, it was 63.
You said 60,
You said
you said 63.
I said, yeah, but I
Said
knew that it was
63.
wrong here, so, on the PowerPoint itself. So 63 million.
So the same figures for scenario two.
No, then if you go to scenario 2, right, you see the figures here, the 5 and 10-year reserve. And then this is where it should have said 93.5. So you'll see you'll need a reduction in the budget by 93.5 million to get to your 8%. So in the PowerPoint, you'll see listed each of the different scenarios, what reserve level it leaves you, what you would need to reduce to get to that 8%, if that was what our desire was to do. So you see that listed there. Does that help, Ms. Gittens? Is that what you were looking for, right?
Kind of, sort of. So on scenario two, I have for 5 years the 3.8.
Yep.
The 10 years is 6.49.
Yep.
And that would leave us at, to get to 8. But what, okay, so to
Yeah,
get
and
to 8, we would need an additional 67. And in
Correct.
the first one, it was 63. Got it.
Correct. So in other words, if the board were to come back and say, nope, this reserve level is too low, I'm gonna need you to get to 8% in that years 1 through 5. We would have to go back and reduce $93 million out of the plan in order to get there.
Okay.
That's what that means.
Thank you. And then the third one, can we do that one really quickly? So it's 4.2 and 7.3?
Yes, that was the scenario 2 alternate, but then remember in scenario 3, those reserve levels were high. It was 13 and 11% because the debt had been stretched out.
13 and 11, and then we're looking at 90 to get,
No, are you talking about scenario 3? So in scenario 3, there is nothing else you would need to do. The reserves at the end of 5 years are already 13% and 12%. So
I
there's
get
nothing
it.
else to be reduced. The reason why that is because the
And
debt
such debt.
payment each year is so much lower because we stretched it out 20 years,
okay, got it.
which we're not recommending.
Right,
Okay.
which we at least have 5 votes.
Now I'm
that we
ready to
don't-
vote.
Yeah, that we don't like that one. All right. May I ask, what reserve percent are each of you comfortable with? Ms. Morgan, what kind of range?
Well, I guess my goal would be to get to 8% by the end of the sales tax period.
Okay. Ms. Gittens, just,
Like I said, 7 to 8%. with those items in 5 years.
Okay, Ms. Jordan?
I am with Ms. Gittens, and I think our sales taxes are going to be higher because people are going to be spending more money, so I think we'll get there.
Okay, Ms. Patrica, have you had?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I really
okay.
don't know.
I'm just asking if you had a
No,
chance.
I know, but I will tell you that the higher the reserves, the less we're actively using taxpayer dollars to their benefit. So on a conservative financial, I'm very conservative financially. I want those high reserves, but at the same time, I have a responsibility to make sure that we're using taxpayer dollars for their benefit. So I'm torn, and I don't know. I'll answer that question
Okay.
after I watch the meeting.
Mr. Vanelli?
I agree with what Ms. Gittens said too, as well. I mean, I agree.
Okay, Ms. Fisher?
I'm comfortable with around 7%.
Yeah.
Okay, and can I just ask a clarifying question, Ms. Gittens, on what you said? I think you said that you wanted the tech center in 5 years, the portables removed in 5 years, which is, the portables are already accomplished in scenario 1.
Right.
So we're talking about moving the timing of the tech center up, and what did you say about the reserve level?
7
to 8.
and 5 years for portables and tech.
Okay, 7% at the end of what period? 10?
5.
5.
5.
First 5.
Okay.
Well, and if we can't, I mean, 10 is fine. I guess moving those 2 items to 5 would constitute also doing that, but I don't see how we can move those 2 things to 5 years and keep the level at 7.
Well, at the end of 5, we're not at 7 now at the end of 5. So we definitely wouldn't be that when we moved it. So it's only one item we're moving because the portables are already accomplished in 5 in scenario 1. It's just the tech center that we're moving. So let us try that then and work with it. I think that if we've gone through everybody, we kind of, I'm picking up what you're putting down. So
Yeah.
I think we can work with this.
Once-
We can wiggle around with that tech center and come up with some options that will, kind of push us up just slightly with our reserve, knowing that we're trying to get there by the end of 5, but it sounded like you would be okay if we got there by the end of 10, or at least, as Ms. Morgan said, by the end of the period itself, by the end of the sales tax period itself, which is a little
Based on
different.
what Ms. Patrica said too, I agree with that. I've always looked at, why are we holding on to so much? So if we
No,
hold on to a little bit less, so, but even looking at scenario 2, that's still really low, low, low.
It is. Scenario 2, it'd be lower than than really in the financial area, what we would be comfortable with. We were ready to recommend scenario 1 if the board was comfortable with that. But now there's a difference in pushing up that timing, so we're going to work with that. Ms. Patrica?
How low would you go? In the financial world, like at what point would it impact our bond rating?
5, we're out in the long-term plan, close to 8% at the end of 10. So if we could stay in that area, I feel like I could be okay with that.
Okay.
But then again, knowing that every single change at this point is critical, we're going to have to reduce something in order to get something at every step of the way, which is why we discussed the go or no-go decision process, which you can catch up with when you get ready to watch.
Okay, so we really need to,
7 dangerous?
excuse me,
Oh, sorry.
we really need to wrap this up. Dr. Desamores, do you have enough input from us right now to know some things to take back to the drawing board and?
I think we got exactly what we needed. Ms.
Okay,
Kelly?
One quick question.
Yeah.
On the technical center, currently we have it in at $80 million. And I think what I've heard is you are okay with reducing that to look for outside sources as well. Are we thinking about half of that, or do you know about what you were thinking?
I'm wondering if we couldn't use some of the funding sources like we were talking, that Dr. Savage was talking about for the innovation school. If we're going to be partnering with some higher education and with partners in business there and with grants, I'm just thinking, especially listening to what everyone is saying, CTE is like up there. We heard that yesterday.
Yeah.
So they have to be able to put their money where their mouth is in Tallahassee and in the, the district and everywhere else.
So-
And in Lee County. So, yeah, I'm thinking half we could figure something.
Regardless of where it comes from,
Kathleen brought that up yesterday.
half,
Ms. Morgan brought that up yesterday.
Ms. Morgan, half,
I would start with half, but we have to put together a task force with the Office of Economic Development and the business community to start today to work on our plan.
good point. Everybody as a starting point, half, and see what you can come up with.
Perfect,
Is
thank
there-
you.
Is there anything else? Because we still have,
Just real quick, if you don't mind, I would like to introduce Melissa Rivera from my office, who is the one who puts all of this together for Capital. And as you can see, it's a major undertaking. Thank you.
Thank you. I know this is a whole bunch of information, and we probably took longer than what we anticipated. I don't know what time we started. But thank you. Because it's very important that everybody be informed.
yeah,
So
and
thank you.
and I apologize for rushing, but this is what happens when we have nearly 3 hours of presentations in a 3-hour meeting. All right, but thank you so much, and we look forward to your magic in continuing to work with this.
Yeah, Melissa has the wand, so we'll make it work.
So we have one more presentation, and this presentation is from Mr. Scott Rickenbacker, Director of Construction Project Management, and he's going to talk about capital project update and also has a change order memo for us. So welcome, Mr. Rickenbacker.
Seen the presentation. Jen? Good afternoon, board members. Mr. Bray Bruno, Amy. Just in case you folks have any questions, I'm going to breeze through this pretty quick because I know you're tired and you want to get out of here. I did bring Suffolk Construction and I did bring Harvard Jolly with me to speak about inflationary costs if you had a few questions. So rather than listen to my diatribe and the pictures, I'll just thumb through some of the important stuff and open it up to you guys if you want to have some questions with them before you go. Gateway High School, obviously, it's opened up. We had the ribbon cutting ceremony, and we are currently shutting down the books, getting ready to go into audit. We are doing that outside academy for carpentry, but I'd like to also let you know that Suffolk has additionally donated, in addition to that outdoor carpentry shed, $25,000 in the equipment inside the academy, the lathes and that. So that's on top of what we spoke about at the last meeting. So I want to thank them, and they're here today.
Thank you.
In addition, we have received a development order from Lee County, so that closes the books with our partners at Lee County, a long fight with the neighbors, and I think ultimately the neighbors, you have been satisfied with how we've worked with them, so that's a good setup. The principal is moved in, currently checking out her computers and her phones, all the furniture is, so she's live in the building. Quadruple A, this is the one you didn't get any questions at the workshop. Hopefully, if you have any, you'll ask them of me, but this is where we're killing the NN and K nomenclature contracts with amendments, and we're creating 3 new contracts in a phase 1 approval for $9 million. The one critical point with inflation I want you to make aware of, There's a $4 million, you'll see that this Phase 1 request is $9 million. There's a $4 million pre-steel construction purchase. In order for this school to be completed in time, we have to release this steel package now, or the school will not make it in '23, the opening. So what we've done is we've brought in $4 million with the Phase 1 money in there to support that early purchase of the structural steel. And we're going to have to do that on every job moving forward until this market catches up, which could be several years from now.
Until the what catches up?
The market. Right now, it's
My
supply
bad.
and
I
demand.
just didn't hear the word. Thank you. Sorry to jump in.
And just so you're aware, we're currently seeing on this particular project a 10 to 15% markup. Where I last reported to you, we were about $72 million on the architect and 68 on the CM. I believe the CM right now is seeing 77, and that's without FF&E costs, which are about another 8 to 10. So the market is going up, and I called my old counterpart, one of my old bosses who was with the county, and they are seeing 30% on their projects. So it's hitting. G. Weaver Hips, all contracts have been reviewed and will be moved forward to the board docs. You'll see that coming to you for Phase 1 approval for the design of that G. Weaver Hips Pre-K Center in July. So that's on board. We've negotiated all contracts. MM Middle School, we've already started the soils improvement for the addition on that building. We have contingency on the original contract, so it makes a mess. It's a huge mud field right up by that beautiful new building, but it'll all be cleaned up for start of school and the ribbon cutting. So that work will be done so we don't impact the school once the school's open in August, and it'll sit there for about 6 months while we do the design of the addition building itself with the new architectural firm. And again, that's scheduled for substantial completion July 15th, and I believe you folks are all having a ribbon cutting ceremony on the 18th of July out there. J Elementary School and the MM addition, right now all contracts have been negotiated and they are in legal review. Once it gets out of legal review, then I will then bring all 3 contracts for a Phase 1 approval to the board, and again, hopefully maybe later July or 1st of August for those contracts. Transportation Dispatch Zone, we're getting our GMP this week, and sadly I've already had rumors that the cost of this building could possibly be double. We had budgeted $800 million and we're starting to hear numbers of 1.6. So until I can digest that GMP and sit with our staff, I'll have to get back with you on this
Do you
one.
realize you just said we budgeted 800
Yeah,
million?
I was,
That is correct.
No, you budgeted 800,000, not 800 million.
Oh, 800,000, I apologize.
Gave me like, oh my God.
we were wondering
What was that go and no-go list? We were-
it was
Bring out the go and no-go list.
recreation
okay?
of Taj Mahal. All right.
Yes, Roger did want a hot tub out there right now.
Tell
No,
him
it's
not-
800,000 what was budgeted in the capital plan for this, and unfortunately, with the inflation that's coming up, we just got a hint. They're compiling the GMP and double checking the numbers, but it's about 1.6, and that may be a no-go or a go project. That's going to be one of the decisions you folks will have to make when I bring it forward to you. Harns Marsh Elementary School, all the canopy projects, I'm going to flip through these. All those remaining canopies at the schools that you folks wanted me to complete up have just begun this week, and they're all scheduled to be done for start of school this summer, and that includes Harns Marsh Elementary, Tice Elementary, Villas Elementary, Treeline Elementary, Gateway Elementary, Bonita Springs Portables is the next one. Let me switch to that slide. Bonita Springs Elementary School, we have shifted the substantial completion date to 8/1. We had some additional principal requested changes for office space within the trailers. It was approximately a $60,000 change to add walls and offices for his staff to get through that period of time. And that basically is interior conference space for the counselor, the bookkeeper, and the principal as well. So that's on board. We started there. All the utilities are out for those 4 trailers out there in place, and we are starting the interior walls, sheetrock and framing, and electric to create those office spaces. Varsity Lakes Middle School, we just started yesterday on the trailer renovation for the foundations and the interior of those trailers. So that began yesterday and will continue on, and that should be substantially complete by the end of July on the 29th. Riverdale High School, all contracts and board approval is attained, and they've actually been out on site, and even as late as today, they had a second walkthrough where they're going through evaluating the school and getting prepared for the design submissions to begin for the grand master site plan. Fort Myers Technical College campus, the BO contract is the last contract I'm waiting for. That's currently in legal review, and once I get that back, all 3 contracts and the Phase 1 money, I'll bring forward to the board and board docs for Phase 1 approval. VPAA and Old Lambs Building, waiting for budget approval on that. The original budget amount was $4 million, and the concept is now somewhere around 30. So assuming that budget gets approved, then we can start negotiating with the 3 vendors that you've approved in their ranking, and then that too can be brought forward to board docs and Phase 1 approval. Fort Myers High School HVAC renovation is ongoing. We'll have that complete by 8/8. It's on schedule and on cue. A little bump in the road today because in a lot of our HVAC projects, schools set up for this particular school bus driver training, and it affects the one building I need literally this week to get into. So the project manager, Tina Silcox, has worked with Dr. Butts to resolve and come up with an amicable solution. In addition, on her Cape Coral HVAC job, we found out there's a YMCA camp. So that was unbeknownst to us on an HVAC. So we're working with staff, and we're working through it. We're getting through it. We'll get through the summer. We'll get the jobs done. But in the future, I think we need to do a better job of understanding what major product jobs and what we're shutting down and what we allow to happen in those facilities. Orangewood Elementary, we're just waiting for negotiations and contracts to come out on that particular job. And these are some maintenance projects that are ongoing. Buckingham Exceptional Classroom Lighting Program, that's a maintenance project updating. Pinewoods Elementary, a classroom lighting updating project, 90% complete. Hancock Creek Elementary School classroom lighting upgrade, again, 90% complete. San Carlos Park Elementary cabinet update, looks like they haven't begun yet, but they're going to be done by August 9th is what they're saying. So that's getting ready. That's $1 million cabinet job at San Carlos Park. Lee County Public Education Center roof. Contracts are done. We're right now in the shop drawing reviews phase, and hopefully we get those completed this week and start getting materials rolling out here early next week to begin. The trailer has already been set up back by the mailroom and ops building. You'll see the green fenced-in area. That's where the workers and all the material will be stored. Cypress Lake High School roof is complete, on budget, on time. Mariner High School utility connection. We're hoping to get our permit to begin that work by the end of this week. That's the last piece of this puzzle, and we'll get that old sewage lift station changed out and put it on the city system. And that's the end of the project. There also is a change order report. If you had any questions on the attached change order report, I can speak to those.
Okay, questions, comments? Mrs. Gittens.
I will go very quickly. You have mentioned on all the other projects the additional cost of materials and how it's affecting the building. You did not mention that for the J Elementary next to Lambs.
Oh, there's going to be a cost on that one too, and that's
Okay.
going to be another decision you folks will have to make when I bring it forward to you.
So you just have it here, but you don't have that right now?
We don't have the design drawings for J yet, so I can't go out there and give you those station markers, 30%, 60%. I will be presenting that to you as we go along on that project as well. You
Okay,
can
so-
anticipate every job
Right.
is going to be 20% higher.
Okay, so the next question is on the canopies that are being put in relationship to if we take this 5-year removal of portables, where are we on the cost of putting in all these canopies that in 5 years or less will be gone?
Well, unfortunately, you don't have a choice in the matter because SREF dictates it. Now, we chose not to do those canopies in years past because we simply didn't have the funding. You take your lumps when you're going to get them. So when the funding and the tax revenue came on board, one of the first missions of the board was to get all these canopies to keep the kids high and dry, and that's what we've accomplished. Now, it doesn't go to waste. We have a yard, our boneyard over at Canal Street. We repurpose all of our canopy sections and our ramp sections.
Okay.
So,
All right, next question real quick on the cost of the varsity portable repairs. It was one thing before certain other things were introduced. So what are we anticipating for that cost?
right now, I believe it's $182,000.
Okay, and with the additions, it's not going to, is it going to go
No,
up?
it's $182,000 complete. That includes the foundation repair work, the gutters, and the interior fixing. And the lady who jumped on the floor, I'm assuming, and broke through the floor, my contingency will fix that as well, and the
Okay,
carpeting.
no worries. And I just want my colleagues to know, I did go out and see that, and it was a little strange. I mean, this thing was this thick, a piece of slab, and it broke very easily, but we'll talk about that.
Yeah, what we found on that was the ROTC, and they are using the inside of the trailer for calisthenics.
There we go. Okay, so, but there were still other things that needed to be fixed.
Yes,
in there.
ma'am.
So the last thing I have is on quadruple A. I've heard initially it was 72 million, then it was 75, then it was 84, then I heard 90, and I've heard 10 to 15%, and then I've heard initially it was 20 to 30%. It's kind of all over the board, and I think, in my mind, I need to kind of see where are we really at with that project.
Okay, what I can tell you right now is I received two 60% design estimates from the architect, and if I'm not mistaken, 77 million is construction cost. That's the cost of the contractor to build a building. There is no FF&E percentages in for furniture, fixtures, and equipment in that number. Am I right at the 77 was our last update? Now that's at 60%. That number will get tighter as we get along. Unfortunately, with the market inflation, I have no control over that. So when I take the numbers, and when I reported to you last time, 72 and 77 and 68 to now 77, I'm seeing 10% that I can bite that sandwich and tell you, oh yeah, it's 10% without question.
And that is with or without that 20 to 30%?
What I'm telling you, 20% is what I truly believe we are going to see by the time I come to you with a GMP for the school, possibly.
20% of the 77 or the 72, and that's my last.
20% of the original cost of what we anticipated the school would be.
Which was?
I believe it was somewhere around, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was,
Okay,
I
you
want
can
to
get
say
it to me later.
65 million, maybe?
Might have been 68, but
So, yeah.
we can go back and look.
Yeah, let me look that up and I can tell you, but we fully anticipate 20%. Mike, talking with Mr. Murrow from the county, and they're seeing 30 concerns me, so.
Okay, and all I was just trying to get at is, I understand the 20% or whatever, but of what? And I'll talk with you later about it. Thank you.
Sure, you're
Are
welcome.
there other questions or comments? Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Rickenbacker.
Okay, and again, if you had any questions you want to ask the professionals about what they're seeing outside of the school district and their market, they can answer questions as well.
Anybody?
You're fine,
Thank you for coming. Okay, we are now at public comment. I don't think I see anybody out there for public.
No, ma'am, there's no public comment.
Okay, so let's go to the last set of comments. We're going to go to board member comments. I'm just going to go this way, start with Ms. Morgan.
Okay, so School Board Patty Patrica requested at the school, at a school board meeting that the district calendar be changed. And my question is, should we have students on the committee? For those of you who didn't go to FSBA, Brandon Fleming of the Harvard Diversity Project talked about the power of leveling the playing field for minority students using rigorous, focused instruction. Given access to knowledge, skills, and experience, students were able to compete at international levels in debate. The speakers at this conference were fantastic. I'm sorry for those of you who weren't able to attend. Another speaker from NWEA talked about the research they've done nationally, the impact of COVID. Their research shows that there is an income and racial disparity with respect to COVID, and especially for Black males. Also, students across the board will show smaller learning gains in math. And I'm eager to hear what we have had happen here. David Lee from the University of South Mississippi spoke about the 10 laws for great governance, essential to good governance. We already know we are not a good governance team. I thought he was interesting to listen to. Someone I'd like to see us, not necessarily the school district bring in, but perhaps the community bring in, is Helen Fagan. She talked about becoming inclusive, a worthy pursuit in leadership. She talked about the profound, personal, hard work and personal transformation that's required of leaders who are preparing to create inclusion in boardrooms, classrooms, and communities. Fabulous speaker. I think it's something that those of you who didn't see her speak, I think you would benefit from reading her book, but I would love to see the community at large figure out a way to bring this woman in. Personally, I would like to see a Lee Virtual School update. I would like to see an operations update. I was very disturbed to learn Saturday night that we have lost the Mirror Lakes property for our East Lee County Technical College. We need to get our act together on what we're doing on the East Lee Technical College. Very upset because I heard nothing from staff, and this contract has been let to somebody else over 30 days ago. Just an interesting comment from Karen Blaze of East Lee County High School talking about CTE. She says instead of taking the students to the building community and all of the communities that are looking for employees, that we put the students out there and bring the communities in. We take each of the technical academies, we put our graduates in the technical academies out on the floor, and we give businesses an opportunity to interview them. It's just flipping the how we manage our relationship with the business community. I thought that was really fascinating, and so I'm just throwing that out there, and those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
First of all, I want to revisit when we had the presentation by Mr. Everly and the group about the technical centers, and I did request to be the liaison and to kind of get that going, and I will ask that again. That I would like, and Ms. Morgan mentioned about the task force, I would like to be the liaison to get that started, and not just my ideas, but taking ideas from all of you, as well as getting with staff to kind of see how to lay it out, and community members, and just moving forward on it. We keep saying that, but I again, want it on record that I'm asking to have my colleagues allow me to get started on that.
And I am going to ask that you consider me as the task force lead from the school board. Thank you.
Ms. Gittens, did you have anything else?
I'm done.
Okay, and Ms. Morgan, I think we all would have appreciated if you, I know.
She made an ask. I felt the response, I felt the
Okay.
obligation to step up.
Ms. Jordan, we're just going down the row here.
I really don't have any comments. I appreciate what everybody's been doing, everybody that came in today. And Ms. Morgan, thank you for sharing the information about FSBA. It was a great conference. So we don't have to repeat that, but thank you for mentioning all that. And thank you, Ms. Vaughn.
Mrs. Patrica?
Well, I'll save most of my comments for tonight, but I do want to put you all on alert that I will be pulling Good Cause item J6. The only issue I have is the last hire or transfer or whatever listed there. It's part of a larger plan to restructure the cabinet, and I'm not comfortable with an interim superintendent doing that. I'm also not comfortable with taking a step in that direction and being given 1 hour's notice to do so. I mean, I received the email today at noon. So typically, I would give you guys 24 hours notice. That was impossible. I was not made aware of this until noon. I did not have a discussion with the superintendent until 4 o'clock. I still don't know what the entire plan is and how this fits into the entire plan. I can't approve it without understanding what the vision is and where we're headed with these changes. So
J6, you said?
J6, I will be pulling, and I will make 2 separate motions, and I'll separate the last one out from the others. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Ms. Fisher?
Okay, and I'll save most of my comments for this evening, too, but I will be pulling H14. We had a little discussion with it, with Teresa Bowen the other day on the $255,000 that we're spending annually to send a student to a school that has a very poor reputation, and I'm going to bring some of that more forward tonight. Thank you.
Which one, what was that?
The Elk Lodge? The
H14.
H14.
H14, J6,
And I
are the two. Did you have one that you're pulling?
I can't get back up, but I do have one. I cannot approve the going forward with quadruple A until I have not gotten information based on growth and capacity and all of that, so I will not be doing that one.
So if
If
you'll send us the number when we're done.
I can't get on right now for
With the
some
meeting. I just wanted to say that it's unfortunate when we find ourselves in the position of a meeting where we are rushed, because I view everything as extremely important. The other thing is we've had, at this point, 2 people mention that they want it to be liaisons to something. I think that it's fine to bring up, to remind, but let's keep in mind that we do have a process for that, and so when we get to the appropriate point, anybody who's interested in any of these additional volunteer situations, liaison situations, let's please just follow our process when it's the appropriate time. I think that we'd be better off with that. I'm not going to say anything else. All right, so do you have anything from the from Dr. Desamours in speaking for Dr. Savage?
Thank you for having me. It was a bunch of fun. I will follow up with Dr. Savage with all of the information and the comments that you all had, so he is aware. And as far as follow-up from today, just looking forward to support for the Equal Opportunity Schools agenda this evening following our presentation today.
Okay, and I probably reversed this, but anyway,
you look good in that
Attorney
seat,
Dupree Bruno, do you have any comments?
No, ma'am, I have none.
All right, so that takes us to the end of tonight's agenda. We will reconvene at 6 o'clock for board action meeting. Meeting adjourned.
Okay.